Hello，
可以测一下。
Hello。Hello。Good morning。Hello。喂。
可以接收了。在这里。对。对啊，我们要如果跟他面对面，你试试看好不好？有啊，镜头。 走就看得到校长了。那他是这个然后就在那边抓上来。OK， 然后呢，我们怎么跟他？这边是可以收音的，所以校长跟你讲话他听得到。这边有麦克风。在这里就可以，不用这个。他如果用，没有，就用这个讲就可以了。用这个就可以，对对。可以收音的。OK，然后呢？校长。
Good morning. How are you? Good to be here. Oh, wonderful to meet you. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm ac- I wish I could. I'm actually on my way to Palau, so I'll probably fly over Taiwan early tomorrow morning. I hope so. I thank you. I think Taiwan is making a wonderful contribution. Thank you. Yeah, that's No, I'm not in Germany. I live in Fiji, but at the moment I'm in Australia on my way to Palau. Yes. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Great. Okay. I'll let you prepare. Nice to meet you.
贵宾、师长、同学们，大家早安！诚挚欢迎大家参加2022第6届永续发展与绿色科技国际研讨会。提供各位开幕式讲师将在3分钟后开始。Dear distinguished guests, teachers and students, a very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all to the 2022 6th International Symposium on Sustainable Development and Green Technology. Remind you that the opening ceremony will start in 3 minutes.今天大会由我南华大学管理学院博士生达喜担任中英文释义。Today, this is Aman Raj as the host in both English and Chinese. I'm a third-year doctoral student at the College of Management. 2022第6届永续发展与绿色科技国际研讨会开幕式仪式开始。6th International Symposium on Sustainable Development and Green Technology, the opening ceremony begins. Now I'd like to invite the President of Nanhua University, President Song Mingling, to speech.
那里没有那个。
好，我们连线谢淑瑶副县长哈，我们那个永续科技绿色科技学会的陈农业理事长啊，以及我们的讲座教授，还有我们农委会农粮署黄建清组长，还有在座的各位贵宾林副校长哈well distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nanhua University. 非常谢谢大家能够在百忙当中抽空前来参加这次研讨会。这次研讨会有线上 更有实体同时进行。On behalf of the university, I want to take this opportunity to express my sincere welcome to each one of you here. 就如同大家所知道，那个在2015年呢，在巴黎那边有签订一个气候变迁框约一个小组的一个协定，希望能够在15年之内，就2030年呢之前，我们平均温度能够控制在1.5度C， 最好不要超过2度C。当然这个有点呢，没有就非常的强制性了哈。但是到目前为止，已经达到平均温度已经达到1.27度C 了。到2030年呢，假设大家没有做好的规划管制的话，很可能会超过1.5度C。你假如不小心超过2度C 的话，我们大概北中南很多海平面相关的城市恐怕都会受到一点影响哈。所以我们总是希望我们大家共同来努力。The greenhouse effect causes climate. In 2015, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in Paris, they signed a Paris Agreement and agreed to control the global warming within 2 degrees C and try to find the best model of sustainable development. In Nanhua University, we established Sustainability Center in 2016, and also we develop a master program of green technology for sustainability in 2017 also. And also since then, this international conference on sustainability development and green technology has been held every year since then. 就从学校为了控制这个整个地球环境我们要配合相关的国家的措施所以我们在2016年呢，我们就成立了永续中心来推动。同时我们在2017年呢，我们推动成立了一个硕士学位学程，那共同来推动。那从那时开始，我们极力的发展环境永续跟永续发展相关的课题。Actually, we do spend a lot of efforts to do what we call sustainability development in Taiwan, also at the Nanhua University. We also receive a lot of national and international recognitions. 我们得到很多的国际跟国家级的一个认可哈。For instance, we have been ranked about the top 100 in the Green Metric World University rankings since 2016, and ranked first in Taiwan in terms of waste disposal. 我们从2016年开始我们就被认可为全世界100大绿色大学，今年是全球第64名。我们在废弃物处理曾经得到全世界第1名，目前是都最起码都是全国第1名哈。在那个废弃物处理方面来讲的话and also we received National Quality Award in Sustainability. Also received a National Sustainable Development Award. 我们得到国家品质奖，也得到国家品质奖在永续发展的品质的发展奖。And also since then, 从那时候开始 we also received National Environmental Protection, what we call Gold Medal. 我们又得到环保署啊，国家环保奖的金质奖，连续3次，这个很不容易啊，很不容易啊。And we also receive what we call in 2020 Environmental Protection Agency Administration (EPA) in Taiwan. They recognize us, Nanhua University, and we can do national environmental education on behalf of the country. 所以在这边来讲的话，接受这个教育啊，是国家都可以承认的哈。In this conference, we are very pleased to have a lot of scholars and experts coming from different countries. And as I understand, there are more than 60 papers will be presented in this conference. And also, we also have a 19th booth, try to exhibitions. We invite a lot of agriculture and circular economy development achievement industry institutions to provide our participants to observe and achieve the goal of creating sustainable development and green technology. 我们又邀请了19个，除了60篇论文以外，我们邀请了19个单位啊，他们在环境永续做了相当不错的单位啊，来到这边跟大家分享。I think during this conference, I do believe that you will have a very fruitful discussions and also can learn something from each other. 我也相信透过这个研讨会啊，可以互相分享、互相学习。We do hope everybody will be very successful in your life. And thank you again for coming here to participate in this international symposium on sustainability development and green technology. Thank you so much. 谢谢。
We really appreciate President Lin Chuanming because of his support. So we have already 6 times. This is the 6th conference, international conference. Okay, so President Lin, he was the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Education, okay. And he paid a great effort to promote Nanhua University. Okay. So he is a very great contribution to the education career in Taiwan and also in Nanhua University. So we really appreciate it. Please give him a big hand, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we have a very important person, Karen, Miss Karen Nepusua. Yeah, she is the president of IFOM. It's an international federation of organic agriculture movement. She will give opening remark, and I just now I talked with her, and she is not in Germany. Yeah, she is in her hometown, Fiji. Okay, yeah. So please welcome Karen, Miss President of IFOM. Okay.
Dear distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, thank you so much for your invitation to join me today for the opening of the 6th International Symposium on Sustainable Development and Green Technology. I'm humbled to be invited to speak on behalf of IFOM Organics International at the opening of what is a truly impressive symposium agenda, and I warmly congratulate the Nanhua University and Symposium organizers for bringing together so many distinguished speakers and experts in the vitally important fields of sustainability and climate change. I'd like to start my remarks by quoting from the website for this event. Technology cannot bring real happiness to mankind, nor can technology solve the pollution and disasters caused by development. The Mayan culture and the decline and extinction of Easter Island are examples of the unsustainable ecology caused by overdevelopment. Only with the sustainable operation can the Earth continue to support human and biological life. I quote this because I found it a very moving, but also a highly motivating statement. It speaks to the key themes of this conference, but importantly links them back to our very human desire for happiness. And it highlights the needs for us to consider the impact of all we do in the name of development. This is an important consideration for all of us who work in social and economic development or the rural and agricultural development fields, and one close to the heart of organic farmers and consumers everywhere who understand that the way food is produced, processed and consumed is one of the most impactful issues with regard to climate change, creating it, mitigating its effects, and adapting to it. The theme of the conference lines perfectly with organic agriculture, which is based on the principles of health, ecology, fairness, and care. And organic agriculture is in itself a working example of circular economy principles in action, and is well-placed, appropriate novel green technologies that further enhance its value in supporting climate adaptation and mitigation. There's now a widely recognized need for a fundamental transformation and adoption of circular economy systems globally, not just to sustain our food production, but to regenerate the natural resources on which that very food production depends. I was excited to see such a wide range of topics that directly address this issue being discussed, and impressed that almost 50 papers are being presented either orally or via poster. This truly demonstrates the commitment of the university and all participants to building a more sustainable and climate resilient world, and I thank you for that contribution. In closing, I'd like to share that iFoam Organics International celebrates our 50-year anniversary this year, an important milestone, no doubt. Now, with over 600 members in more than 100 countries, the organization was founded by a small group of dedicated organic practitioners who recognize the direct connection between the health of soil, environment, people, and our planet, and felt the need to work together to promote this holistic way of not only growing food, but of living. Symposiums such as this are a vitally important part of fulfilling their vision for a healthy planet, and iFoam Organics International is very proud to be associated with this important event. I'd like to invite you all to join our birthday celebrations in Korea in September, the details of which will be available soon through iFoam Asia. On that note, I wish you a successful and rewarding symposium. Koftai Deli Lava.
Thank you.
Okay, we really appreciate Karen. She will now, later on, she will give a wonderful speech, so we are waiting for, okay. We expect to hear from Karen again, okay. And yeah, then we are great, we are very appreciated that our boss, you know, CRA, the Committee of Council of Agriculture, support this conference, a great amount of money. Okay, so our boss here, okay, Mr. Huang, okay, he was my student, okay, and Mr. Huang and Huang Zhongjie and Lai科长, okay, okay. Now I think we invite Mr. Huang to give opening remark. Okay.
用中文那个。
林校长和那谢副县长，还有这是我的指导老师啦，我们的陈世雄陈老师哈。那刚才他说我讲中文没关系啊，因为英文没学好哈。那很高兴哈，今天代表哈我们的农粮署哈来参加我们这次的第6届的我们的永续发展与绿色科技研讨会哈。那刚刚我们听到我们的iPhone 的会长跟马苏比亚那个跟我们林校长提到说，在控制地球的升温是大概我们现在一个很世界上世人所关注一个很重要的课题啊。那所以大家世界各国大概都把这个净零排放在2050年要达到净零排放当作是各国的一个重要的目标，跟他现在要执行的工作。那在我们的国家我们的台湾也是，包括总统跟我们行政院长也都宣示我们在2050年就要达到净零排放的目标。那受到整个地球升温的影响，大概造成的气候变迁跟这个极端的气候，它受影响最直接最冲击到的第一个的就是我们的农业部门。那所以在我们整个行政农委会这边，我们也率先就在我们今年的2月9号就提出了我们这个农业净零排放的一个路径跟策略。那我们有提出了包括从减量跟增汇，还有我们循环跟绿趋势4个主轴，那有提出了19项的策略，还有59项的那个要执行的措施。那我们透过我们运用这个精准的农业还有我们这个负碳的农法的建构，跟我们这个生物资源的开发运用，还有我们包括我们的绿能、我们的生殖能的运用这边，来达到我们国家净零排放的一个农业的一个目标。那但是我们有机农业生产其实是在我们整个净零排放一个非常重要的一个生产的一个模式。那我们老师一直提醒我说，那净零排放在我们有机其实真的是不是问题，而且我们早就达到那个净零的目标。那我们有机的，我们想要做的是我们有机的另外一个更大的贡献。我们有机的生产，除了说提供我们消费者可以有健康、安全、清净的食物以外，我们另外一个最大我们想要做的就是有我们土壤碳汇的贡献。我们希望说我们有机可以透过我们的整个生产技术，我们整个负碳农法的建构，我们整个我们的资源的运用，让我们的土壤的碳汇里面，可以让碳存在我们的土壤里面，那可以提供工商业部门、其他部门它所需要的那个碳权的那个贡献。那我们有机农业对那个工业就再做一次的贡献呐。但是我们希望说这个贡献不会像以前一样，我们希望说这是工商业得到的这些可以回馈到我们农业来。所以我们希望未来说我们整个创造的就是我们有机农业不仅是说生产这个粮食的功能以外，还有做那个碳汇的贡献。那所以我们也很乐见说，我们透过我们像我们这种国际研讨会的模式，可以跟国际来交流，让我们国内外的专家可以提供我们未来增加我们整个土壤碳汇，跟有机农业在生产过程中增加土壤碳汇的一些技术模式，包括未来整个碳汇的整个那个 NRV 它的验证、它的那个测量，它还有那个交易碳权的交易模式，都可以跟国际一起来交流，那建构我们整个有机农业生产的一个更好的价值。那我们有机农业在我们各位先进前辈在很多努力之下，那我们现在国内的生产面积到3月底了，大概有17351公顷。那在我们整个耕地面积大概是在2.2了。大家看它的面积不大，但是这个占比在整个世界来说也算是名列前茅，这个占比算是蛮高的。但是离我们老师交付给我的那个有机国家的目标，我们其实还很多工作都要做了。那后续也是希望说我们在我们各位前辈的这边努力之下，我们继续朝我们有机国家的目标去迈进。那我们也会努力的把我们公部门所要做的一些措施跟资源提供给大家。那最后我们也敬祝这次的研讨会成功。那在座的各位贵宾身体健康，幸福美满，谢谢。 We really appreciate his support, okay, and his great vision for our nation, okay, organic country, okay, Taiwan, okay, and I heard that the next year the conference will move to 佛陀纪念馆, is that right? Okay, so I hope you still support us, okay? More money. Okay, and then we have a special guest, the deputy governor of Yunlin County. Okay, 谢淑雅 she is my old friend. She's very young. Okay, young and beautiful, but we know each other a long time. Okay, so okay, Miss 谢淑雅。
Thank you very much for may I call you City Bear, Mr. and distinguished Principal Lin and all the distinguished guests. Good morning, everyone. It's a little surprise in the conference. Maybe speaking English is a little difficult to me, but I will try. I will try to speak in English. It's more than happy to join this conference, especially when I learned it's the sixth year for this Sustainable Development and Green Technology International Seminar. And I think for Lanhua, it's the forerunner, you know, since this is the sixth. Okay, so it means that you have tried to effort for the past 6 years, and from the share from Principal Lin, we know that the Algoa University has won high reputation on sustainable and green sustainable SDGs. This field won high reputation for the past years. And I'm also, it's my honor to share with you, like in the past 3 years, in the government, we have tried every effort to reach, to achieve the so-called SDGs. 很高兴今天很高兴可以来参加今天的这个研讨会。那我想南华科技大学是一个先行者，在过去的这个6年当中，那已经赢得非常高的这个成就。那云林县政府来讲的话，在过去这3年，我们也想尽办法，想要来达成 SDGs 这样子的一个目标。那对目前来讲比较具体的话，就是第一个的话是在109年的年底，我们来启动了这个 SDGs 在云林。那第二个部分的话就是我们检视了，我们提出我们的这个 VOR， 就是我们的自愿的检视的目标。那在去年的年底的时候，我们也举办了一个成果展，永续方舟这样的成果展。那我们试图想要能够把所有的施政的目标跟我们的 SDGs 来做一个整合，所以在整个施政的目标里面，23个局处，它必须自己去找，在 SDGs 里面这17项指标里面，有哪一些的话是可以扣得住？那整合起来的话，大概有3个大的方向。第一个的话，对云林来讲，那当然一定是农业，所以永续农业。那第一个部分的话，什么最重要？健康最重要。农业的种种其实不外乎就是要提供我们最棒的营养所需。所以第二个的话就是我们的大健康产业。那第3个的话就是因为就像我们今天提到的一个绿色的科技，所以我们第3个目标的话就是绿色典范经济循环这一个区块。那在2030未来10年的目标，包括我们2050净零就是 zero 这个部分的话，通通是我们未来的一个方向。我们很开心，今年跟南华大学校长今年在1月24号，我们也来签订了这个 MOU。那当然，在整个因应气候变迁的这个议题上面，那我们在去年我们也成立了这个办公室。所以林林总总不外乎怎么样呢？其实都是说我们大家一起来，因为没有气候变迁，没有人是局外人啊，所以在这个部分的话，非常佩服我们南华大学，尤其是永续中心，因为在整个大学里面，跑得比我们公部门都还要快，所以真的是我们今天是来学习的。So it's my pleasure that we have such kind of opportunity to participate to attend this conference, and we learn so much from all of you, and I think it's the most important. We need to have the idea in our mind, and then we have the principle to act, to carry out. So thank you very much again, and wish all of you today we can be a learner, and maybe we'll also can share something for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think it's almost time. Okay, we shall finish our opening ceremony. And at the last, I would like to say, 我用中文好了，这样时间比较短哈。我们要感谢永续中心哈。我当时我来当科技学院院长的时候，跟林校长建议说我们成立永续中心，林校长马上答应了。我觉得他非常有智慧啊，这个了不起。然后那个洪耀明主任啊，还有所有的同仁啊，他们的努力啊，可以连续办6届啊，而且变成有刊物啊，有英文刊物的一个，而且成立一个协会啊，协会的理事长在那里啊。我们给永续中心的同仁给他们一个掌声好不好？谢谢他们啊，那个了不起的成就。然后我们谢谢我们的长官啊，这个3位长官在这里哈，给我们的进会的支持，而且包括明年对不对？以后对不对哈？给他们一个掌声好不好？谢谢他们哈。那最后当然我们要感谢我们的校长啊，还有我们的副座这个副校长哈，他们的全力的支持哈，让我们这个协会可以永续的这个发展下去哈。给我们的校长、副校长，给我们的长官一个掌声好不好哈 ？OK， 谢谢。来，那我们照个相，我们马上就开始了哈。OK， 对。
座谈会
是
照相就去。
OK， 谢谢校长。
各位贵宾，我们拍一个大合照，因为现在疫情的关系，所以我们原地就坐。那如果您的桌上有一个气象指标的，因为疫情关系，我们不移动聚焦，我们尽量想办法拍最宽的。好，我们就举好。然后大家站。
站。
谢谢。
Our opening ceremony already ended. Now I'd like to invite as a presenter Chen Shishong理事长 and the host 惠林史，邀请主持人惠林史主任以及主讲人陈时雄理事长。
下一个。He's the next, okay?
You're next.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay. So we are so glad. Just a little late, but it's okay. I hope Karen don't mind because we extended the opening ceremony. Okay. I would like to introduce Karen. Okay. Karen has more than 15 years in experience in organic agriculture. She has contributed to developed both the Pacific Organic Standard, the world's first organic standard containing requirements for climate change and mitigation, and the Pacific Organic and Ethical Trade Community. So we are fully impressed with Karen's commitment to the organic movement and are confident that her record in advocating for truly sustainable food and agricultural system will serve her well, both in her Pacific Island home and around the world. So we welcome Karen to give her one more speech. Okay, give hand, please. Karen, is that okay? You can start now.
Morning, colleagues.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure to speak with you briefly this morning on behalf of iFirm Organics International on the topic of organic agriculture, embodying the circular economy and green technologies for a sustainable, climate-resilient tomorrow. Before I start, though, I thought, since I'm coming to you from across the Pacific Ocean in Fiji, I'd like to just draw a few lines. Often people refer to the ocean separating small islands, but we in the Pacific like to think of the ocean as joining us together. And if you look back at history, it seems that many of the Pacific peoples are actually descendants of the indigenous people of Taiwan. So we have a long, long, long connection between the Pacific Islands and your island. We also have an ongoing connection today with the Taiwan technical missions in several of our Pacific Island countries, providing valuable support in improving sustainable agriculture production across the Pacific. So it's wonderful to join you on your island this morning. Back to the important topics of organics and climate change in our food system. As you know, the traditional linear food systems have for many years supported a fast-growing population and economic growth, but also left a detrimental effect on water, soil quality, biodiversity, ecosystem services, and climate. There's now a widely recognized need for a fundamental transformation and adoption of circular economy systems globally, not just to sustain our food production, but to regenerate the natural resources on which that very food production depends. This is needed now more than ever, as the future survival of our planet is at stake. With a bit of reflection and considering the functioning of natural ecosystems, we can see that there's a universal principle of circularity, and that nature functions in a multitude of cycles of transformation of waste and their rehabilitation. This is the case, among others, in plant waste breaking down on the forest floor, its mineralization by bacteria and fungi and microfauna, and then the dynamics of the soil leading to more growth. Coupled with and complementary to the adoption of circular economy is the necessary adoption of green technologies to support it for both production and the processing of our food. The production, transportation and consumption of food is very carbon intensive and produces significant amounts of greenhouse gases, which end up in our atmosphere, accelerating global warming. And as the global population increases and becomes more developed and urbanized, demand for food, energy and water are also rising. However, the Earth's resources are finite and have limited capacity to meet this growing demand. Globally in 2018, around 90 billion tons of primary resources were extracted and used, with less than 10% being recycled. This has negative impacts both on the environment and on human health, and such large-scale consumption of finite resources is not commercially sustainable either. The issue has not only intensified environmental stress and uncertainty created by climate change on our food and water resources. To slow this depletion of our natural resources and reduce the environmental damage incurred in their extraction, there's a need to rethink the way society consumes resources. And to me, we need to do this from a principles base. And the principles of organic agriculture, which you see on the screen, are a sound basis for this fundamental change: health, ecology, fairness, and care. The circular economy is an economic model that's gained significant interest in recent decades. It speaks to tackle many of the world's current sustainability challenges by separating economic growth from consumption. In a circular economy, value chains are closed loops, whereby materials originally intended for disposal are reused, recycled, or repurposed through the economy. In doing so, new value can be created from products previously thought of as waste, minimizing resource input, reducing waste, and reducing emissions. Development of a circular economy can also provide value through the creation of industry and jobs. The circular economy is based on the key principles of keeping products and materials in use, designing waste and pollution out of the system, and regenerating natural systems. In the circular economy model, materials are divided into two categories, technical materials and biological materials. Today, I'll focus, of course, on biological materials. And the biological materials are those that can be safely returned to the natural environment at the end of their life, such as food, wood, or natural fibers. In a circular economy, any consumables are made of biological materials, which can be returned to the biosphere and biodegrade over time to return nutrients to the environment. In agriculture, biological cycles are the foundation of this circular economy. Indeed, the circular economy, in its definition of an economic model that aims to preserve the environment, fits perfectly into the mode of agricultural production by optimizing the use of available resources and re-injecting them into the production circuit. And this is organic agriculture, which advocates a reduction in the use of external inputs such as water, pesticides, or synthetic fertilizers, displays a strategy of sustainability, reduction of environmental impact, and a circular economy model. The circular economy in organic agriculture reduces the amount of waste, optimizes the use of land, and is free of any dependence on synthetic fertilizers, while producing foodstuffs sought after by consumers concerned about reducing waste, concerned about their health, and the future of the environment. Organic waste from farming has long been used as a source of fertilizer for agriculture. Biological waste, such as crop stalks, leaves, and pods, and animal waste, can be converted into fertilizers which are rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and other nutrients, which can reduce the cost and resource demand for external inputs of synthetic fertilizers. Of course, returning organic matter to the ground as soil carbon is a critical piece of both climate adaptation and mitigation. Cities, towns, and agricultural activities such as animal production and irrigation runoff create wastewater, which if treated properly could also be used for pastures and plant production. And recognizing the potential for climate change to lead to more droughts in many places of the world, improving water efficiency and access is absolutely critical. This is not only valuable as a source of water, but it can also contain the same valuable nutrients found in biological waste that acts as fertilizers. The optimized management of phosphorus is a particularly representative example of this cycle. Phosphorus, as you know, is one of the three macro elements, along with nitrogen and potassium, necessary for plant production. It's therefore intensively used in agriculture. However, phosphate rock deposits are not inexhaustible, and a possible shortage of this element is expected within 100 years, and that's the most optimistic scenario. Phosphorus is found in significant quantities in animal waste from the livestock sector, so promoting the use of this alternative is therefore part of a circular economy approach. Biomass from plant and animal waste can also be used directly or modified to produce biofuels that can be used for heat, electricity, or transportation for fuel production, supporting the greening of the whole value chain. Biomass as an energy source is abundant and versatile and can reduce the reliance on fossil fuels and waste to landfill. There are many examples around the globe of organic farms and farmers demonstrating the circular economy by emulating natural processes, by integrating livestock and crop production to allow systems to make use of the other's waste to provide fertilizers, pesticides, and energy. and reduce environmental impact, as well as generate multiple income streams, improving the farm's environmental as well as financial outcomes. Specific examples include livestock waste being fed to maggots, which can be used as feed for fish or other animals, with the insects waste and nutrient-rich wastewater from the aquaculture system used to fertilize and irrigate crops. Another that is becoming more common is anaerobic digesters used to process livestock waste to make biogas for cooking or for food processing. One venture I heard of recently is insects, including black soldier fly larvae, being used to process food waste into protein and fertilizer instead of letting it go to landfill. The protein generated by the larva can be used in fish and livestock feed as a lower impact source of protein. The waste products created by the insects are also being used as a nutrient-rich organic fertilizer to improve soil quality and resilience. On the slide is an example of a coastal food system that integrates aquaculture into the circular system. It's highly relevant for islands and for coastal dwellers. And while best practice organic farming, by its very nature, is living the circular economy, broader implementation of the circular economy principles, such as the land and sea nexus, and extrapolating the circular economy principles along the value chain, apart from a wide range of small-scale examples, is still largely in its infancy. We have a long way to go. But the shift to circular economy needs to be coupled with and complementary to that is the adoption of green technologies for both production and the processing of our food. And green technologies such as renewable energy, and I briefly mentioned biogas earlier, recyclable and biodegradable packaging, smart technologies such as robots and precision farming, for example, the combination of contour farming with strip cropping for broad-acre arable farms, the preserving and applying of indigenous or tacit knowledge of farmers and farm communities, information and communication technology, also biocontrol and botanicals for the support of plant and livestock health, smart crop and livestock breeding with advanced marker-assisted selection tools that develop breeds that are more climate resilient. On the screen, you actually see part of my office here in Suva, where we're screening taro varieties for climate-resilient traits such as salt tolerance or drought tolerance, and resistance to diseases that we expect to increase under climate change scenarios, like the taro blight. And these screened varieties will then be used for breeding programs. So these technologies can all play an important role in building a more sustainable and circular production systems and economies. My question is often, what can we do to support farmers to get to best practice in the circular economy and in building climate resilience? I believe farmer-led research and demonstration and farmer-to-farmer learning is critical here. The possibilities for peer-reviewed certification or participatory guarantee systems playing a role in providing farmer advisory services cannot be underestimated. But there are also things we can do to step up our organic standards so that they demonstrate best practice and support farmers adopt green technologies. The Pacific Organic Standard, for example, includes requirements for the use of renewable energy on farms, selecting breeds for resilience, and identifying sources of methane and taking mitigation methods. Organic agriculture is in itself, as I said, a working example of the circular economy principles in action. And in light of the opportunities mentioned earlier and guided by our organic principles of health, ecology, fairness and care, organic agriculture is well placed to lead in adoption of the appropriate novel green technologies, further strengthening the implementation of circular economy approaches towards a more resilient and regenerative farming system that will feed us well into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you this morning.
Thank you very much, Karen. Thanks for your wonderful speech and sharing your very precious experience with us. I think a lot of people want to ask you a question, but but because time is behind the schedule, so maybe next year we hope to invite you to Taiwan, to Hoguan-san. We have a very good place. It's a nudist center of Taiwan. Maybe in the world. So, thank you very much for your honor speech. And hope to see you soon in Taiwan or in Fiji. Okay, bye bye. Thank you very much. 好，因为时间有限了，所以我想我们就不要那个啊。那我们这个诗语其实不错哈，他中文、英文都很好，印度学生哈，他刚刚弄错了一点点哈，把施教授请上来了哈。OK，very good。OK， 给他一个掌声好不好？
感谢主持人 Dr. Karim Mapusua 以及主讲人 Dr. Karim Mapusua 以及主持人陈思雄理事长。Thanks to the speaker Dr. Mapusua and the host Chairman Chan。接下来演讲题目是台湾农业用水及永续经营 Sustainable Management of Agriculture Water Resource in Taiwan。邀请主持人施和林主任以及主讲人陈思雄理事长。I'd like to invite the speaker, Chairman Si Sung Chen, and the host Hui Lin Shi.
Okay, good morning. I have to say that it's most impressive to see somebody standing here speaking both English and Chinese. So it's all right that we had a beautiful mistake in the morning, okay? Right, so welcome you all to join this really, really nice and very important conference this morning. And I'm so honored to be able to host this session to have a very successful speaker, both in academics and in the practice. Professor or President, whatever, Chen Shixiong. And this morning he gave me his card, and it's really an impressive card. It says that, his name is Chen Shixiong, and he's emeritus professor of Nanhua University. But apart from that, most impressively, it's that he said he is an organic farmer. Okay, so this really tell us that he's really very much involved in the development of the agriculture and the green technology in Taiwan. And so I do not want to take you too much time, but recently I read something that was written by President Chen, and he said in Chinese, 从事教职一辈子，我一直坚信当老师是一种特权，因为拥有这种特权，所以有权利教育别人的孩子。And maybe that's why I put my son in this university. I want him to be educated here under you and under many really successful and really good professors. And so without further ado, please allow me and please join me to welcome our distinguished guest speaker today. Thank you very much.
Okay, 谢谢。Thank you, Professor Xi. Okay, and before I was talking about circular agriculture in my experience, but recently a journal, Chinese Sustainable Agriculture Society, asked me to write an article about the agriculture resources sustainable management. So I tried to speak very briefly. Okay, and if you have any question, you can read that article. Is in 中华永续农业协会里头的一篇文章，最近刚出版。Okay, yeah. So basically, we think people should have every day should have a clear air. Okay, very clean water to drink and enough food. But actually, maybe we have polluted air. Okay, and contaminated with maybe agrochemical fertilizer water. Okay, and most of the situation in some area, we have not enough food. Okay, so water is the most important substance in the world, but not all water is created equal. Okay, so 人生而不平等，水也不平等。Okay, so somebody have enough water and somebody need to take water in this way. Okay, maybe and some water is very expensive. You know, do you know $100,000 a bottle? Do you know where to get it? Okay, from here. Okay, International Space Station. Okay, it's really expensive. Okay, so some area they have enough water resources, and some area drought. So drought affected, at least in this century, affected more than 1.5 billion people, and about $124 billion lost. So it not means if you have more land, you can have more water. No. Okay. Such as in Taiwan, we have the situation. We have only about less than 21% water from the rainfall we can use. Okay. And most of them rushed into the sea. Okay, so you see, Taiwan has the most rainfall of any advanced economy. Okay, the world average is something like this. Okay, UK. Okay, and Taiwan have every year 2,500 millimeters. Okay, so we have a lot. Great amount of rainfall, but we can save only 41 days. Okay, in the United States they can have 24 years, and Japan have 4 months. In Taiwan we have only 41 days. Okay, so it's a big problem. So it's something like a poor man sitting on the gold mountain. Okay. Yeah, so every year we have 100 billion tons precipitation, but we have only about less than 4% of rainfall left in the groundwater. Okay, so it's a big problem. So my approach to agronomic practices, I will show you later on. Okay, yeah. It means we need to increase the infiltration of the precipitation to save it under our earth. Okay, so because of the climate change, so we have the global warming, and the polar bear. Okay, and you see in Taiwan we have a high temperature also. Okay. So something like roast sweet potato, okay? Yeah, so it's, and last year, in Canada, maybe reached to 50 degrees centigrade. It's really crazy, okay, yeah. So because of the extreme climate change, and we have a so-called drought. So last year is drought year, okay. Yeah, so we lack of water. Taiwan, we also have a water crisis, okay. So this is Salmon Lake, okay, Salmon Lake. The fog, you can see the bottom, okay. And it's a really big trouble last year, okay. So last year, if you go to see the reservoir, okay, such as I think Salmon Lake is okay, still okay last year, okay, but yeah, It's in February, okay. But then, okay, you see March, okay. And then, okay, it's in May, okay. It's almost to see the bottom of the visible, okay. And so this is the last year's situation, and we also have the problem water pollution, okay. So many a lot of rivers been contaminated. So Swedish people said people's problem are they're getting old too fast and they're getting smarter too slow. Okay, so I hope that from today we shall getting smart as soon as possible. Okay, as fast. Okay, and people forget for animals. Forests will never be extinguished. Okay, okay, yeah. So you see the surface water resources per capita is decreased every year. So we have tried to make a lot of effort, try to make the water resources management better. Okay, and this is yesterday. Okay, I take this picture. Okay, yesterday we have almost full. Okay, the reservoir is okay. So we believe this year will be okay. We have no water problem. But how to if we predict yes to next year, maybe it's hard to say. Okay, so you see, 100%. Okay, the reasonable. Okay, yesterday. Okay, so because we are really easy to forget. So we almost forget the last year suffer from drought. So we try to make our water 100% reclamation, for reuse. And so we make some effort. This is cement reservoir. This is major source of northern Taiwan. It seems beautiful, but sometimes people say this is very dangerous if earthquake. So in Taiwan we have a lot of river. But those river is too short and too steep. So after rainfall, maybe 24 hours, it rushed into the sea. So we have a lot of irrigation system. Irrigation association. So we hope we can make a good management. But actually we are not. So we have we take about 7 billion tons water from river. And underground maybe 6.4 billion tons. And from the reservoir, 66. We have many reservoirs. But we take only 4.2 million tons water. So we have many big or small reservoirs, but not enough. Because of the so the total precipitation something like this. And every year we take only 3.9% to deposit in under our ground. And so if we can increase about 3% more, then we will have no problem, So in Taiwan, in agriculture water, people always criticize that agriculture used too much water. And actually we only use 71%. People living use 20. The world average agriculture water is 76. is much more than Taiwan. Okay, and so industrial is 13%. Okay, municipal is only 11%. But in Taiwan, you know, we have we waste too much water in our house. Okay, to wash car, to everything. Okay, and as compared to the average of the world, 76. Taiwan's agricultural water use is only 71%. Okay, so never criticize farmers again. Okay, please. Okay, so I suggest we can have approaches to have a sustainable management of agricultural water. Okay, the first is to promoting organic farming. Okay, describe each of you. Okay, promoting organic agriculture, I think is very important. The Algoa Institute is in the United States. They say if you practice organic agriculture for 23 years, then you can increase organic carbon about 15 to 28% organic carbon in soil. Okay, so if a farm about 320 acres is about 128 hectares, is in average the middle size in United States. If you transfer to organic agriculture, then it's equal to you keep 117 cars in your garage and not use. So you reduce the carbon dioxide. So if you let the whole farm in United States is about 0.4 billion acres. Is equal to how many? Okay, it's too many. Yeah. So many million. Okay, so this is many million cars. Okay, out of the freeway. Okay. Okay, so why organic agriculture can increase the carbon and reduce carbon dioxide emission? Because if you use conventional farming, okay, then you use agrochemicals, chemical fertilizer. So each year you make carbon dioxide emission about 925 billion pounds of carbon dioxide. But if you practice organic agriculture, you deposit each year carbon dioxide in about 1.5 trillion pounds. Okay, so it's a great benefit. So if you practice so-called regenerative agriculture, is a kind of organic agriculture, you can never disturb soil, okay, protect soil and also protect the soil water, okay? So here, let's say again, water. Healthy soil leads to cleaner drinking water. Okay. So if you never spread agrochemicals, no chemical fertilizer, the underground water shall be is clean and you can drink. Okay. Okay, so we also grade our boss. Okay, from CIA, we increased organic agriculture. Yeah, recently is good because of the organic agriculture promotion law. Okay. Okay, so you see, if you increase 1% organic matter in soil, you will increase 205 tons water per hectare in the soil. And so it's a great benefit, you know. Okay, so organic agriculture can save the world and can save water. Okay. So the second, we shall strictly prohibit the pollution of the river, lakes, and groundwater. Okay. So then we shall increase the water absorption capacity of the farmland. Okay. So we see the healthy soil, they contain a lot of organic matter. Okay, and they can have any practices to avoid erosion. Okay. So something like this, if you have the intercropping, cover crop, okay, and mulching, okay. So then you can keep more soil moisture in your soil. Okay. So I used straw, rice straw. It's free. Okay. You cover every year, then it become fertilizer. Okay, and it also can keep the soil moisture. Okay. So this is my grandson, and this is my friend, the onion. The onion is very big, is everyone more than 1.5 kilogram. So this is from the market, is my production. Okay. Okay, so then we can use the practice rotation cropping. Okay. So rotation and intercropping. Okay. Again, something like this. So you can keep most of the 5 minutes. Okay, I finished. Okay, yeah. So then increase the water retention capacity. Okay, so if you have a lot of organisms, microorganisms in your soil, then the structure is better. Okay, improved. Okay, and then improve irrigation method. Okay, increase the irrigation efficiency. So something like this, you can save irrigation water, okay, and increase the water storage capacity of the farmland. Okay, so infiltration, okay, very important. Infiltration and percolation. So you need to improve your soil structure, soil management. Okay, infiltration, underground water, something like that. So okay, you see, okay, you can let the soil as a reservoir. Okay, organic farm, and in our high-speed railway, okay, it because of the subsidence. Okay, so we shall increase the area of rice cultivation. Okay, if we increase rice cultivation, especially alongside the high-speed railway, maybe each side, maybe 1 or 2 kilometers, we enforce them, the farmers, need to plant paddy rice, okay, and we supply the enough water irrigation. Then the crisis of high-speed railway shall resolve. Okay, so this is the problem. I think we can use very easy way to resolve the problem. Okay, so only after the last river has been poisoned, only the last tree has been cut down, and only after the last fish has been caught, and only after then you will learn that money cannot be eaten. Okay, but we are so full that we think money can be eaten. Okay, so if you have enough clean water, okay, and stand with Biochar. Okay, yeah. We shall pay attention for those people suffer from the war. Okay, invaded war from the Russia. Okay, so okay, take a picture. Okay, to show that we are supported Ukraine. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good.
Okay. Right. Thank you, President Chen, for the very insightful speech. Well, just now I thought that maybe I should drink much more water than now so that I can save some water in myself, just in case that, there's not enough water for us. Do we have a question here? Yes, please. Yes.
I have one question, because the Professor Chen, he talked about the groundwater, so I want to understand what's the Professor Chen's suggestion about the policy of groundwater in Taiwan. Okay. The policy of groundwater in Taiwan, how to contain the groundwater.
Yeah, I just think it's very easy, If you just their job. If they increased the area of organic agriculture, then we accumulate more carbon, more organic matter in the soil. And 1%, the organic matter can increase 205 tons water deposited in your soil. Okay, so if you practice organic agriculture, and especially we should try to have more paddy rice cultivation, because before in Taiwan, every year we use about 20 million tons water, agricultural water irrigation. About 30% are from underground. And underground water, 70% came from paddy rice. And because of the transform, because we want to get into WTO and we reduce the rice cultivation, then maybe more than 200,000 hectares paddy rice gone. Okay, so we cannot deposit more water in our soil. Before, when I was young, when I was young, in my farm, I dig maybe about 30 centimeter. Okay, you can have the groundwater. Okay, and now you need to dig maybe 100 meters, something like that. At least 550 meters, you can dig the water. Okay, so this is the problem. Okay, so I hope. I should say in my article, I say our government, before they are stupid, they construct a GG dam, okay, and make it visible, and maybe it's about 20 billion NT, okay. And the Bureau of Industrial of Economic Ministry, they construct a pipe, maybe spend maybe 0.7 billion NT to construct a pipe, water pipe to supply the petroleum, 6,000, okay. And after they use, they put into the sea, okay. So our farmers will have no irrigation water. We must dig, because today's the time limit. So I skip those slides. Okay, yeah. Anyway, so it's a big problem. If we go back, okay, then we can resolve part of the problem. Okay, thank you.
Right. So thank you. So I think this is complicated, and we need another session next year to solve this problem, right? So you would have something to think about over a year, right? So maybe we have to end here. And thank you very much for all your attendance. And we'll see you later. Thank you.
感谢主讲人陈世清理事长以及主持人施慧玲主任。Thanks to the speaker Chairman Chen and host Dr. 慧玲史。现在为休息和咖啡时间，我们大家可以低谈有机厂商参访，也欢迎大家自由交流看展览。我们大家大概20分钟可以回来下一次。 Right now, we have the coffee break. You are welcome to visit the low-carbon organic manufacturer, can freely exchange and watch the exhibition during this break. Please return back within 20 minutes.
各位贵宾，因为今天我们因为因应疫情的关系，所以呢，我们出场的时候我们会采分流，那会耽误各位贵宾一点点时间，请各位包涵一下。麻烦您前4排的贵宾请起立，跟着这个志工，我们一起到交易厅去。
等一下就是在。
对。然后其他的贵宾请还在座位上，因为我们这一区待会会有一位离开，因为我们错开。那麻烦左区这边所有的贵宾请起立，跟着这位同学到这个地方去拿餐点跟休息。对，从那边。
Because of COVID-19, we have divided the area of the coffee break, and you can enjoy. And for that, they will guide you to go from. You just lead. They are leading the way.
对，他们也是。那其余的贵宾稍等我一下，这边左侧的贵宾可以先离席。对。因为我们现在出口都用不同的出口出去，那尽量避免塞车。好，麻烦最后的与会贵宾跟着这位学生一起离席，谢谢。
We are going to begin within 3 minutes.
Can we move this up?
Yes.
Yeah. What is this? This one is okay. Okay. And what is this? This. You know, we more it's okay. You know, it's okay.老师，这黄色的可以吗？字幕的话会比较清楚，但是要上来一点，要上一点。这个不行啊。
再次欢迎大家第6届永续发展与绿色科技国际研讨会。我们要上午场第2场要开始了。接下来演讲题目是我的题目。Okay. Now, I'd like to invite the speaker, Matthew John, and the host, Mr. Yi Song Chen. 邀请主持人陈一松先生以及主讲人 Matthew John.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Matthew John. He's actually very big contribution to iPhone. Now he is iPhone Asia president, and he's also auditor of iPhone Asia, and he's ambassador of the iPhone. So actually he's doing a lot about PGS, participatory guarantee system, for his own country as well as the worldwide program. He helped a lot, and he is the co-founder of the Keystone Foundation. He was also the managing director of the Keystone Foundation, and he did a lot of audit work to help many people, even the small farmer. And in particularly, he really helped the PGS program, and he helped his own country. The government now accepted all this work, and he is also promoting the international PGS. So we are very pleased to have him to contribute his worldwide experience. And now I would like to present to him for this conference. Thank you, Dr. John, please.
Greetings from India. It's a pleasure to be here at this international symposium on sustainable development and green technology. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you and sharing a little bit about what iPhone Asia has been doing over the last few years. Speak about the activities of Algoa. I think many of you would know a little bit about iPhone about Afforestation, but there is a specific project that has been initiated by Afforestation. I think it's a very unique effort because most of the time we are very focused on producers. Many times we're looking at customers, but we fail to address a very important stakeholder, which is the government. So many times we look at national regulation, but I think importantly, we also need to look at local governments and how local governments can become part of that agriculture, the organic agriculture movement. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about Algoa, what it does, what has happened over the last few years, and we'll go through that. This slide shows you a large concept of the organic movement. Most of the time we talk about IFOM, Organics International, and we just think of people who are involved, the staff who are involved, the board that is involved, but I think it goes beyond that. There are a huge number of regional bodies. There are a few regional bodies which have been the legacy from previous years. And then we have a lot of sector platforms. Each one of them has its own role to play. I will not go into detail. We also have sister organizations like the IOAS and the BioC. But importantly, it is important for us to remember that, and if you look at this slide, we see Afforestation as part of the regional bodies that are there. Some of them are much more active because of historical reasons. The others are new. Like from North America has just come up over the last few years, but they are all doing tremendous work in their own continents to build the organic movement. As you see here, Afforestation this year is celebrating its 10th anniversary, and I think that's quite a milestone that we will be celebrating. So if you see Afforestation, it's got 180 members in 18 countries, and that is no mean feat. It's just 10 years old, and it's added over 100 members in the last 10 years. The head office, when it began, Afforestation is based in Gyeongsang County in South Korea. And over the last few years, what is very unique is that it has opened branch offices in different parts of Asia. So in Nanjing, China, we have the Organic Youth Forum office. We also have a China office, which is based in Shanghai. And recently, we've begun the Philippines office. And in all these places, Afforestation has established itself not only in a informal manner, but in a legal basis. The Afforestation body exists in these countries. Presently, we have a board. I am the president, and then we have from Philippines and Jae-young Moon from South Korea as the vice presidents. And then we have a few other members of the board. Each one of them extremely competent, and they bring a huge amount of experience to this board. We've not been able to meet physically yet, but hopefully in the next few months, we will be able to have a chance to meet together. So we have Professor Cha from China, we have Ting Ting from China, we have Yumiko from Japan, and we have Assam from Kyrgyzstan. So it's also a very good representation of the diversity of this continent. So what does Algoa stand for? Algoa stands for the Asian Local Governments for Organic Agriculture. And so it brings together many local governments from around the continent, brings them together. There are many partners also who also become would also become part of Algoa. And so it's based in South Korea. Algoa got launched in 2015, and Gyeongsang County took the initiative to make this happen. And so it was when during the launch in 2015, it also took over the presidency of Algoa. Today it has 270 members in 18 countries. Algoa. So what does Algoa do? We keep hearing the different kinds of activities that are happening in Asia, and a lot of them are supported by Algoa. So we have an annual summit that happens. Annually, there's also an organic foundation course that is run by through Algoa, and this course allows many IFOM members and many of the local government members to come together to learn from experts as well as senior or pioneers in the organic movement. This happens in Gyeongsang County annually. Here are some photographs from the Algoa summits. You have on the left upper area, you have the second summit, and then at the bottom you have the fourth and the fifth Algoa summits. The fifth Algoa summit was also, it was a little unique because it was called the Algoa Plus 4 Summit. So at the fifth Algoa Summit, which was in 2019, I think that was one of the last times that many of us met physically, but it was also a very important summit because it organized along with it a conference on organic agriculture policy, and for the first time we had partners from Europe joining. This was very unique because it was just not restricted to the Asian members, but it allowed the European members of IFOM and other organic partners to join in. And that led to the formation of this global alliance of organic districts in 2020. In short, we call it GAOD. And from 2020, the Algoa Summit became not only just singularly known for the Algoa Summit, but also the Algoa and GAOD's Summit. So in February 2020, this MOU was signed with the European partners. This took place in Rome. And as you see in these photographs here, people from Europe and Asia came together to sign this MOU. So GAOD partners with a lot of groups. So it doesn't exist in isolation, but it works with many other organizations. Prominent among them, whom we know, is the IFOM Organics International, as well as IFOM Europe and Asia, but also other groups like LOAM, the Organic Food System Program, the International Network of Ecoregions, Regeneration International, and BLF. So it's made huge progress just over the last couple of years. So you see here there is a whole set of publications that came out in last year, and you can download a copy of that from the IFOM Asia website. So the 6th and the 7th Algoa and GAOD Summit were held virtually. You just have photographs here that give you a sense of, even during these COVID times, there was so much of an interest during these summits. What is exciting is during this coming year, the 8th Algoa and the GAOD Summit will be held this year in July. We are hoping that this summit will be a physical one, and the theme is public participation in local governance. As I mentioned earlier, the Algoa Organic Foundation course that takes place every year, it's a week-long program. It's not only open for members, but also for local government officials. And it's fully sponsored by the Gisan County. Over the years, this program has grown, and we now have over 250 people who are trained through this organic course. What is very interesting is that it's very heavily biased towards the youth. There's a lot of interest from the young people, and I believe that they are the next generation that have to carry the organic agriculture movement forward. And so in 2016, the young people from this course came together and they established the Asian Organic Youth Forum. And this was not planned, but it just came out of that course. And I think that has allowed young people to come together in a very special manner. 2016 was also very unique because we had 4 mayors from Philippines who completed that course. Normally, you will always see that some staff from these local governments come in, and that's what you would expect also. But here we had mayors themselves who wanted to take that step, wanted to understand the organic agriculture basic concepts, and they came together and were part of that course. I think from a policy point of view, this is a very important step, because when senior people at a local government level, they take the lead, it makes it much more easier for the local government to take steps. Yeah, you see some more photographs here from the 2016 course. This is from the 2017 Algoa Organic Foundation course. This is from the 2018 organic course. You may also notice that, over the years, that the number of people who are participating, that's also slowly growing. I think it's just an indication of the course content, the effort that goes into building that course content, and being able to teach it to this set of people who come there. This was the 2019 course that took place. This is the 2020 graduates from the Organic Foundation course. Here are the graduates of the 2021 Organic Foundation course. The 2022 course will be held in July, hoping that this will be a physical course. This will also be a master class. A very limited number of people will be called, and these are all graduates who have already completed the first level, and they will be undergoing a master class for a week. What is very unique is that Algoa also hosts in-country events. We see here that there have been 4 in-country events that have been hosted. So Gisan County has made such an effort that it has not limited itself to events that take place in Korea, but has also expanded its outreach. And so we have one in Kisarazu, one in Japan, one in Kyrgyzstan, and one in Indonesia. Here is a photo from the 2016 course, which was held primarily for the local government officials. The Japan forum, here is a photograph from there, and it had even people from some other countries like India, Korea, South Korea, China, and Bangladesh. Yes, so here we have an exciting class from Kyrgyzstan, which took place in July of 2017. We had even a 65-year-old organic farmer. I think what must be complimented is the enthusiasm such people bring to courses like this. Apart from these courses, Algoa has also encouraged exchanges between its members. And so we had Bislik City visiting Kisarazu city in 2016. Yeah, we had members from Kisarazu city visiting Bhutan also. And so we have a few photographs from there. Yes, and so we had talked about the Organic Youth Forum, and in 2016, the Asian Organic Youth Forum came into being. But again, a very unique thing that happened is that there was a thought process with these the Asian youth that why don't we create a global movement, and so the Young Organics Global Network got launched in 2020. So here you see the first Asian Organic Youth Forum that was held in Jiangsu in China. That's a huge group of young people, all excited, who came together for this youth forum. The second youth forum was held in 2017. It was held in Shanghai, China. The third one was held in Bislik City in Philippines, and you see that really brought a huge number of young people together. The youth forum also means it's not only that they had a training program where they learned and they were taught by experts and pioneers, but they also visited farms, and I think that is a very important part of that training, where they learn and they interact with farmers who are able to give them practical, on the ground understanding of what it means to be a organic farmer. The fourth Organic Youth Forum that was held in New Taipei City. Again and again, you see whether it is the foundation courses or the youth forums that meet, the kind of excitement that many of these events bring to the table is phenomenal, as it allows many of them to meet, make new friends, to understand different cultures, to understand different ways in which the organic agriculture is practiced in different countries, and that's a huge learning experience for all of them. This was the fifth youth forum, or the Organic Youth Forum, that was held in Nagaland. So most of these times when you have these youth forums in different parts of Asia, there is a large representation from the local communities, and then few from other parts of Asia join in. The youth forum that was held in Nagaland was also unique, that it brought in a few people from even outside Asia. So we had participants from Germany and Austria who joined in for the program. So as we mentioned, in 2020, the Young Organics Global Network got formed, and they had their summit. It was virtual. I think it was an opportunity for young people from around the world to come together, meet, and share their experiences. So as we come to the end of this presentation, I think it's an opportunity for me to share with you what has been planned over the next few months. Slowly, as the world opens up and physical movement becomes possible, some of the events that have been planned over the next few months are here in front of you. There's a first international conference on school meals and public procurement that is in June in New Taipei City. The Algoa Organic Foundation Course Masterclass, which is in July. The Algoa and Goward Summits, which is again in July. And then very importantly, what we are excited about and looking forward is a huge program, which is the International Organic Expo, which takes place over 2 to 3 weeks in Korea, and we're looking forward to that. Here you see the logo for the International Organic Expo. This will take place in September and October of this present year. Yeah, so if you want to know more, you can get onto the website. There's also a Facebook page. The contracts, the MOUs have been signed, and we are all looking forward to this time where we can also physically meet up. So a little bit about the expo that will be held in September, October. The theme is Organics for a Healthy World. The co-organizers is Chungbuk Province from South Korea, the Gaesan County, which has led this this effort, and IFOM Organics International. The implementing organizations are IFOM Asia and the Expo Organizing Committee. Tremendous support has been given from the Young Organics Global Network, Algoa, Inofo, and Gaur. And what will you during the Expo? During the Expo, you will conferences that will take place. There will be a trade fair. There's also an international cooperation hall which will allow you to meet other groups from around the world. There's also the farmers market. There will be cultural events. There will be tours, and a huge number of things that will be happening at that time. I think all of you should make an effort to be there, because it will be an opportunity to interact with a large number of organic people. Yeah, so here are some more details about the Expo. In July, we'll also have a countdown to the Expo that will be held. There will be the opening ceremony at the end of June, and then from beginning of October, we have the international conference. We have technical conferences also that will take place. So ISOFAR will be organizing that. IFOM will be organizing another conference. So these will run in parallel at that point of time. In October, we also have a conference which will focus on local food and PGS. So again, it will bring together groups from around the world over 2 days to be able to share their experiences. IFOM Asia will be organizing its own congress towards the end of that. So that will be on the 13th and 14th. And then we have a commemorative conference, which is on the 15th. 16th, which is celebration of the World Food Day. Since last year, we have now got a program which is the Asia People's Food Summit, and that brings together people from all over the world, and that will be a celebration that will be held on the 16th. And then we will close the entire 3 weeks of celebration on that date. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Hopefully you will have had a much better understanding of Algoa, what it does, how it was created, and the different kinds of activities that have become so much a part of the identity of IFOM Asia. So please do become members of Algoa. To reach out to me and to other members of the IFOM Asia Secretariat or other board members, you are always welcome to write into us, and we will put you in touch with the relevant people. But also, is not only become members, I think it's very important to become active members. So how can you contribute, not only as to what you will receive, but how can you contribute to the growth of the organic agriculture movement in Asia? So thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to be able to share with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John. I think you have contributed a lot of information about this local government, how to promote organic agriculture. For the last 10 years, now we have found that this program has expanded not only in Asia, but to Europe and other places. So there is a very, a lot of information and a lot of activity. The major activity is submit and use organic cost foundation. These are two major activities. However, they have also the branches office in China and also in the Philippines. They really promote very well, particularly Philippine mayors. They have 4 mayors taking this kind of training, and now they promote very good organic agricultural movement in the Philippines. And I know that now Mr. Anthony Tabuha, he is also very good, doing all this Algoa, this local government, how to organize local government, organic farmer, and to promote with the government, not only the central government, but they are doing very good local government promotion. So you see there are many kind of activity. In our new Taipei city has also already one time of youth forum in 2019, March 29 to 31st, that I remember. Now, in June, again, New Taipei City will conduct another training course. So I really would like to let our people here in Taiwan and also all over the world could, follow this kind of activity. This is from the base village people and then continue to the government. They are doing very, very well. You can see many countries, actually, I don't know, for instance, like in Bhutan or some other countries, they are also very successful to join also this kind of program. And I would like to thank all this information contributed by Dr. John. Anthony, would you like to talk something about our war?
Thank you, Professor Chen. Actually, Matthew has already discussed everything that most of the things that you need to know for Algoa. And unfortunately, Matthew can't be here with us because of some appointments. So I am here on his behalf. If any of the audience have any questions, then I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Do you have any question? Yes? 哇，那个等一下有问的挑我。
我不要吃我自己往生啊，他好像说6月9号要在台北市办论坛，然后这个论坛好像跟营养午餐有关系，我不晓得营养午餐是我自己想的，还是只是有机论坛。我要确定这件事是营养午餐的有机论坛。到那个营养午餐，那个6月9号，
他现在是讲中文是吗？
对，他讲中文。
哦，
他讲营养午餐6月9号，他是不是看错了？他是不是营养午餐？所以就麻烦你翻成英文跟他讲一下。
3月
6月就是
6月，嘿，6月好像7号。
对对，然后看到那个英文知识点营养午餐，他讲要请他解释一下，是不是可以参加这个活动
？OK, Anthony, our friends asking, we have, the June 7 to something for New Taipei City. You remember we have activities there. And what kind of qualification for the people to join them? Can you understand? Dr. John mentioned about
to join the conference.
No, I mean, maybe we have a conference that happened in June, and the conference is in New Taipei City. Can you explain the conference to us? Did you hear me? I missed. Can you explain the conference? The conference will be happen in June in New Taipei City.
Okay. So New Taipei City has been one of our great partners in Taiwan, and we think that what they are doing on their school meals is something that has interested many people in the organic community, especially people in various parts of Asia and even in Europe and other parts of the world. So this is going to be a conference on how they did their school meals, and we just share it to the entire organic community. We will be having more information about the event in the coming weeks. So we will post it in our website, in our Facebook, so that everyone will see what exactly is on the event and the updates of this international conference.
Thank you, Anthony. Actually, we are worrying about our budget. You know, every year in June we have a new budget. Is that right? Yeah. Accounting.
I want one more question. If you want to join this conference, how to join the conference? If you want to join the conference, because maybe some of them we don't understand that how to join the conference. So can you give me more message? Then they understand how to join the conference. I think he's planning about this.
Okay. So regarding the specific of the conference, we are still finalizing things, and we will know. Professor Chen has our contact details. We will give him the latest updates of this international conference with regards to how people can participate for this international conference in school meals and public procurement. We will be giving the details. I have my email address. Mr. Amit has my contact details, so I will communicate with him so I can guide him through our communication channels, so that everyone will be updated on our upcoming activities.
你讲听。
我听了，
你
写 email 给阿密特，然后阿密特会用，然后如果说需要，然后
Amit, can you understand?
后续可以
You know, can you say? 后来你可以。我再问他一下，Anthony, I remember that the Algoa has some funding support to this kind of training course, or if you attend this summit. How about this coming June in New Taipei City? Is any support from Algoa or from any other funding agency? Thank you.
Okay. So we are still finalizing on the details of this upcoming international conference. Actually, this was slated for an earlier date because of the different situations, we deferred it to a later date. And now the June is the initial date that we are aiming to finally have this international conference. Again, as of now, we are still ironing things out, all the details regarding the conference. As soon as we have ironed things out, we will be able to display them in our social media, in our communication, so that everyone who is interested, the stakeholders, just like we do with most of our activities, once we have the final details, we just announce them to everyone. The speakers, we tell them what to expect during the program, how you can actively participate on the conference, or things like that. Again, once we will be able to finalize everything, all the details, we will announce them in our various communication channels. And I will also personally put Professor Chen and Amit in the loop so that the people who are in this event today, conference, will really be able to know what's going on in our upcoming international conference on school meals and public.
Thank you. So, I mean, can you explain in Chinese? No? Okay. Okay. Anyway, if I have a problem, I will write to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help and Dr. John's presentation. Thank you.
One of our long-time friends, and I was very fortunate to have met him. And yeah, I will definitely contact you personally.
Thank you. 好了，
感谢主讲人Matthew John and 主持人陈一松先生。Thanks to the speaker Dr. John and the host Mr. Chen. For the next speech, 邀请主持人叶月桥理事长以及主讲人 Dr. Srinivasan Ramasamy. I'd like to invite the Dr. Srinivasan Ramasamy and the host Chairman Yue Chao Ye.
Hello. Oh, thank you, Dashi. And also thank you for everyone participating in this conference. And my name is Ye Jiao, and I am the professor in Department of Natural Biotechnology of Nanhua University. And I also the chairman of the Association of Biotechnology and Healthcare of Taiwan. And today I think that I'm very happy and have the opportunity to introduce our only one speaker that in person and presented his lecture in this conference. 所以我今天很开心哈，我待会会英文、中文讲，不然我怕待会有人听不懂哈。那我是叶叶娇，我是南华大学的自然生物科技系的教授。那我也是今天的有一起协办的台湾生物科技暨健康产业协会的理事长。那我们外面有摊位，大家也可以跟我们索取我们的杂志。那今天我想这是唯一一个 in person 在这边演讲的外国的学者，那我来简单介绍一下。那也待会会用英文跟中文然后跟大家一起来介绍我们今天的演讲者，我觉得他还蛮厉害的哈。那 today's our speaker is Dr. Srinivasan, and Srinivasan obtained his PhD degree in agricultural entomology from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University in India. 那我们今天的演讲者他叫施里尼瓦桑那个博士然后他在2003年的时候，在印度的泰米尔纳杜的农业大学拿到昆虫的农业有关的这个PhD 的博士。And now Dr. Srinivasan worked in the World Vegetable Center for 18 years. 然后他现在是在亚苏的研究中心，在台南的善化。那他来到台湾已经18年了，可是他不会讲中文，好，所以等一下我们就是他有问题，我可以帮大家翻译。And it's very importantly that Dr. Srinivasan his research focused on the safer and vegetable production in Asia and Africa. 那他主要的研究是在跟蔬菜的这个安全。那他主要是在研究跟蔬菜的这个病虫害跟它的生产的有关系。那他经常往来亚洲跟非洲。那因为疫情2年都没有出国了。And very importantly, and very distinguished research published almost 190 research, and he also obtained several awards, including the Royal Entomological Society Fellowship. 那他的研究非常的多超过100 90个研究的那个发表的论文，那尤其是有关于说昆虫研究的，这边还获得了这个皇家的昆虫的研究的这个算是委员。So I think that it's a very, very good opportunity to introduce Dr. Srinivasam. So today we'll talk about the role of agroecological approaches for safe and sustainable vegetable production. 那他今天主要在讲的是农业生态的一个策略，那怎么样可以有安全跟永续的一个蔬菜的生产。So now, ladies and gentlemen, so we can give a very warm welcome to Dr. Srinivasam, please.
Okay, good morning. So it's my pleasure to be here as a speaker in this international symposium. So this morning, I would quickly go through the agroecological approaches, which is an emerging concept in the recent times to improve the sustainability in the crop production systems in the developing world. So probably some of you might be aware of this gentleman who was awarded the Nobel Prize for his invention on the DDT. So he invented the insecticidal property of this particular compound. In late 1930s, after the World War I, there were lots of issues related to the human diseases which were spread by the insects. So because of the invention of this particular insecticide, the mosquitoes have been mainly controlled. So the mosquito-borne diseases, including malaria, have been significantly reduced. So in order to honor this invention, the world has awarded him the Nobel Prize. So this is a significant invention. However, it has also led to the development of the modern agriculture in the history of agriculture. So I will quickly come back to this. Another Nobel invention was given to Norman Borlaug. Norman Borlaug was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in the year 1970. Norman Borlaug was a plant breeder. You know, in 1960s, 1970s, most of the world was facing the hunger. So there was a deficiency for the food grains. So in order to cater to the demand, in order to ensure the food security, Norman Borlaug was developing so many high-yielding wheat varieties which have been distributed to the developing countries so that the food security has been ensured. So in order to honor the person who made this green revolution to happen, he has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So he is considered the father of green revolution. So now, if we look at these two inventions, the combination of pesticides along with the high-yielding varieties really led to the significant improvement in terms of the food grain production. There is no doubt in that one. However, there were other consequences of this modern agriculture, which was brought down by Rachel Carson in her book Silent Spring, which extensively mentioned about the ill effects of chemical pesticides which have been used at that point of time. So this has created a lot of awareness worldwide. So if we look at the key challenges facing agriculture even today, there are so many key challenges. However, some of the most important one is the exponential growth of the population, declining in the cultivable lands, declining in the agricultural population, then climate change. So these are the key challenges for the food security even today. Let me show you how. Just look at this population growth. Many countries are taking efforts to reduce the population growth. However, if you see in the next 30 years, by 2050, the world population is going to exceed 9 billion. So one side, we are having a significant population increase. On the other side, you see the land availability over a period of time, almost in the last 90 years, the available land for agriculture has significantly declined, no matter whether it's a developed country or a developing country. Agriculture has to compete with urbanization, industrialization for its land allocation. So there is a significant decline in the availability of the land. Number 3, this is the most important one, because if you take who is actively doing farming, take any country in the world, be it a developed country like United States of America or Australia, or even a developing nation like India, if you look at a majority of the farmers are between the age group of 45 to 65 in the USA. They are not youths. And take Australia, majority of the farmers are between like 35 to 60 years. The average age of an Indian farmer is 50 years, meaning at least 2 generations are going away from agriculture. This is a significant threat for the food security to the globe in the years to come. And last but not the least, the changing climate, the global warming. So there are so many different factors associated with the climate change. It could be the extreme drought, or even the heavy downpours and the resulting floods, or the pests and diseases linked to the changing climate. They all can pull down the yield significantly. So these are all the most important challenges facing the world today. And the another dimension of the food security is the starvation. And the equal challenge is also excessive food. It's not only the deficiency of the food, it's also the excessive food. Probably we all traditionally think there is a significant number of population having less access to food. But it's not so. Today, if you look at the problem, it's the surplus food, overeating. You look at the number of people who are underweight, it's only about 821 million. And if you look at the population who are eating more, it's over 2.8 billion. So it's not the availability of the food, it is the distribution of the food. Okay. So there are so many the non-communicable diseases associated with the obesity. So the health crisis not only emerges because of the malnutrition, it's also because of the overnutrition. So we have a kind of like double burden. One is due to the undernutrition, the other is due to the overnutrition. And the most important thing, which is also heavily unnoticed, is the malnourishment. It's not the deficiency of the energy or calorie-rich food. It's the lack of consumption of the nutrient-dense food like vitamins, minerals. So when we are not having access to this kind of foods, we are all malnourished. So there is a quite significant amount of these people living around the world. So what is the implication? Probably we might think, oh, what's going to happen with the malnourishment? If you look at these statistics, each year or each day, 400 mothers around the globe die during the childbirth due to the iron deficiency. Each day, 1,400 children becoming blind because of the lack of vitamin A access. So this clearly demonstrates the need to have food and nutritional security to the vulnerable communities around the world. So because of that reason, the World Vegetable Center was founded as the Asian Vegetable Research and Development Center, well known as AVRDC, in the year 1971, 50 years ago, here in Taiwan, with its headquarters in Shenhua near Tainan. And we are a not-for-profit organization, so whatever we develop is an international public good, freely accessible to everybody around the globe. And almost 15 years ago, we have expanded our mission to focus not only Asia, but also globally, including Africa. So we have renamed as the World Vegetable Center with a mission of carrying out research and development to realize the potential of vegetables for improving the health and also the income, so that the vulnerable communities improve their livelihoods. So we focus on a large number of crops, starting from solanaceous crops, legumes, cooker beets, bulbariums. But the most important category is the traditional vegetables, which include hundreds of different vegetables which are quite important in a particular country or in a particular region. So we focus on so many different diversity of vegetables. So the focus of my today's talk is looking at the whole food system, not just on the production side. In many countries, the agricultural production has significantly improved in the recent time. So they produce a lot of food grains, they produce lots of fruit or vegetables, but are they all ending in the plates of the consumers? This is a big challenge. This is a big question to be addressed. So the concept of food system actually focus on everything, not just on the production side, it goes up to the consumer end. So it has to be also considered all the associated environment, the socioeconomic factors, the policy factors, the environmental factors. They have all should be taken into account so that the food and the nutritional security is assured. Okay, so the food system has to be transformed in today's context. Let me explain quite briefly. So if you look at the 1960s or 1970s, most of the time the agriculture was here. It was aiming to increase the production and productivity. So they try to introduce a variety. They try to introduce some fertilizer. They try to introduce some pesticides. So it is mainly something to increase the efficiency of the production system. Then subsequently, people realize that there are some ill effects associated with the usage of some of the modern agricultural technologies. So they wanted to identify something as a sustainable replacement. For example, instead of a chemical fertilizer, they try to introduce a biofertilizer, organic manures. Instead of a chemical pesticide, they try to introduce a biological pesticide. So in the level 2, they try to replace a harmful input from the production system with a substitutive compound which has more sustainability. And until today, most of the agricultural programs are staying only to these two levels. They did not move beyond these two levels. So what has been proposed by Gleesman a few years ago, we need to redesign the entire agro ecosystem. So this morning we kept hearing about the regenerative agriculture practices, which is looking at the entire system, production system, not on a particular production of a particular crop. So the redesigning of the entire production system, so we look at the soil, we look at the water, we look at the cropping systems, then we look at the whole production system, not just a particular crop. Then even the food system has to move beyond this particular level. The reason is, unless we connect to the producer with the consumer, what is the purpose of increasing the production? So with all the modern technologies, we can increase the productivity of rice. We can increase the productivity of vegetables or fruits. But if they are not reaching the consumers properly, then what is the benefit for the growers to increase the production? It doesn't bring any income. It doesn't bring any other benefits. So what is the advantage? So it's more important to connect to the producers with the consumers. And the level 5 is the global changes happening. So the previous presentation was clearly explaining how this IFOAM Asia was taking so many different initiatives which influence the governments at various levels to make the changes. So this is fitting here. There should be lots of socio-economic policy changes to happen so that all these innovations can happen without any obstacles, without any barriers. So the agriculture has to move away from the traditional yield increasing focus to a sustainable focus where the producers can be linked with the consumers so the food and nutrition security is ensured. So it's not only a technological change. Once you have a technological change, then there should be institutional change, like who is going to make available all these technologies, and then the entire systems change, which is the government's policies. So these are all interconnected so that the whole food system is going to change. So how could it happen? It should happen at all the 3 levels simultaneously. The research scientists have to continue developing the new technologies, new varieties, that is on the push side. On the other hand, we have to work with the consumers to create awareness to go for more consumption of nutritive food. So there is a demand created for the agricultural producers. So it keeps pulling the improved production and productivity. So that's the pull side. Then the governments have to create an enabling policy environment so the system becomes more holistic and sustainable. Okay. So at World Vegetable Center, we focus a lot on food security as well as the nutritional security. So we are not just focusing on a few number of crops. We are focusing on a large number of crops. How? We have the world's largest public sector collection of the vegetables. We have more than 65,000 different germplasm collected all over the world, covering more than 400 different vegetable species kept here. And it's not a museum, it's all live material with so many different attributes. Lots of pest resistance, lots of disease resistance, lots of heat tolerance, lots of drought tolerance. So all these things can be put into the improved varieties. So we have improved varieties fitting for the drought. We have the improved varieties with the high yielding nature. We have improved varieties with a significant amount of improved nutrition. So I talked about vitamin A deficiency, and 1,400 kids are becoming blind every day. And you can very easily tackle with just the consumption of one single tomato, which is very rich in the beta carotene. So the gene bank is a treasure box with so many desirable attributes which can be used to develop so many improved varieties. The other focus is to increase the safety in the food production. So this is very common in many of the Asian countries. Extensive use of chemical pesticides. What we buy from the market may not be safe. So then we need to develop all these alternative practices. For example, I will show you a couple of examples here. So the first one is how we improved the safe vegetable production in case of tomatoes. In many countries in Asia, the farmers go for at least 140 times spraying, meaning they spray almost every day the eggplant crop for a key insect. So we developed a technology and then tested it in the farmer's field and taken them to the farmer's field condition. So the technology is very simple. Use of pheromones, improved cultural practices, stop using the chemical pesticide, which will help the natural enemies to build up in the field condition. So the second one, it's not only to develop the technology, we have to take the technology to the farmer's field. So you need to develop the proper educational material in the language that is understandable to the farmers. So we produce lots of knowledge materials in the local languages. Then we make available the technology through collaboration with the private sector. So the technology is becoming available within the local conditions, so the farmers can have the access to these technologies. Then finally, we can say goodbye to pesticides. So this was a real example, transformed the safe eggplant production in Indo-Gangetic plains of South Asia 20 years ago. And you can see through all these numbers how much the pesticides has been reduced, what is the yield and the economic benefits for the adopters of the improved technologies. And the most important thing is not only the money. The most important thing is the moment you take away the chemicals from the agricultural field, you help the biodiversity to increase in the field condition, so they take care of the pests and diseases themselves over a period of time. So when you keep using these safe technologies for a couple of years, then you don't need to rely on these external inputs anymore. So you build the sustainability into the system by adopting these sort of safe production technologies. The second example is on the food legumes, again, which is an important protein source in both Asia and Africa. So you have a range of insect pests in the food legumes, but one of the most important problem is a pod borer. Even this is a major problem here in Taiwan. So the farmers used to rely on a lot of chemical pesticides. In countries like even Cambodia, they spray 4 or 5 different chemical pesticides mixed together and spray every week. So you can imagine how much pesticides are ending up in our plates. So we wanted to develop a alternative for the chemical pesticide. So we developed an integrated pest management strategy based on pheromone, based on microbial pesticides, and also the plant-based pesticides, and using some natural enemies which can kill the insect. So we introduced these technologies even into Africa, from Asia to Africa. And this technology took very well in many countries in Africa. And now, through the social enterprise mode or the farmer cooperative mode, these technologies are produced and made available just in the rural areas of West Africa. So it's not only to introduce the technology, but also to make available how they can be easily used. So finally, it's not only to reduce the chemical pesticide in your production system, it's not only to increase the production, but also to reduce the losses. The moment you harvest, when they go to the market, when they go to the consumer, you need to reduce the loss along the value chain, because almost like 40% of the vegetables are lost after harvesting before reaching the consumer. This is a significant loss. So we introduced lots of technologies which can help the farmers to store the vegetables or dry the vegetables and store it for a long period of time. So we introduced lots of post-harvest technologies to reduce the losses. Then equally promote the consumption of vegetables, which we start from the young kids in the school, because the moment you build the importance of the consuming vegetables or nutritive food, they keep increasing their consumption, so you create a demand. So finally, the vegetables, they bring lots of income to the producer, to the marketer, and also to the processors. So vegetables are quite important in terms of generating income as well as the job for the people. So this way, we try to address the food and nutritional security. So we work on the technological innovations which can be high yielding climate smart, and develop nutritive varieties. And then we increase the sustainability of the production system. Over a period of time, we decrease the reliance on the external inputs. Then we reduce the food loss. We raise the awareness among the consumers, create the demand for safe produces, and then we increase the income to many actors along the value chain, so people consume more vegetables. So everybody along the value chain is benefited, so the food and the nutritional security is assured. With this, I would like to thank, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you for Dr. Wasang's very wonderful presentation. So I think that due to that the time is very limited for the schedule, so I think that we can open 3 questions. 你可以开放3个问题。如果讲中文，我可以帮忙翻一下。OK, Dr. Chen, please.
Material in different kind of weather conditions and probably more suitable to produce more vegetable safely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So actually, we have 5 regional offices. 1 in Thailand, 1 in India, 3 in Africa. So these 5 regional offices, from time to time, they evaluate the different germplasm materials as well as the varieties in different agroclimatic conditions, which has so many different problems, including the pest and diseases, and we try to identify the best performing material to a particular condition, so that that particular variety can be promoted further in that location. So we continuously evaluate these germplasm accessions in different locations. Yeah, that's the reason I said our gene bank is not a museum, it's a kind of like live treasure box, because we continuously use them. Thank you.
谢谢。那还有没有问题呢？ So I do have the question about that. You know, the different country, maybe the government had a different policy, especially due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So do you meet that any very dilemma or the struggle for you promote for that vegetable strategy? 就是在那个疫情之下，每个政府它可能有一些不同的一些策略。那我请那个就是 Dr. Can you?
Okay, so most countries actually after the pandemic, they realized the importance of healthy diet, which can boost the immune system for the people. So many countries are actually promoting the nutritive component as an important element in the diet. So many countries, for example, like Philippines, they promote the consumption of more fruit and vegetables. If you recall the recommendation from the World Health Organization, every one of us have to consume 400 grams of fruit and vegetables every day. But many countries, they do not have sufficient quantity available for their population. So many countries are now, they are revisiting their policies and they are trying to change the policy to make available more fruits and vegetables in the local market so their population can have the easy access. So the policy changes are happening in many countries, including in Africa.
Okay, now 我们还有没有问题？就是 due to the past 10 years, I also promote the slow food. I think that the idea, the concept of slow food is very similar with that the work that you have done. Right.
Yeah, that's right.
就我最近大概这10年我在推广慢食，那慢食的策略我觉得还蛮像这个。好，那因为时间也是那个我们有感谢状，也是很紧密。那今天刚好很荣幸我可以担任演讲者，那也可以有机会可以颁这个证书给那个感谢状给演讲者。那我们鼓掌声，感谢。
感谢主讲人 Dr. Ramasamy 以及主持人叶一家李市长。Thanks to the speaker Dr. Ramasamy and the host Chairman Ye. Next our speech, for the next speech, 邀请主持人曾国景李市长以及主讲人陈义松先生。I'd like to invite the speaker Mr. Yi Song Chen and the host Chairman Ko Zhang.
大家，我是台湾永续绿色科技发展协会理事长曾国正哈。那对不起，我英文学不好，所以我只用中文跟各位介绍今天，因为曾经从民国65年到1976年，他就参加政府的农团那个农业技术团一直到2013年那时候他已经70岁了还3次到非洲去指导农耕的技术那他一向宣称自己是一位农民义工那今天我要向各位介绍我的主讲人就是陈医生陈团长他曾经担任马拉维印尼冈比亚农耕团的团长，也曾经在马来西亚的农稻作推广部跟现在世界蔬菜中心的前身亚洲蔬菜研究发展中心担任一些重要的职务那在94年曾经荣获陈水扁总统颁发3件景星勋章来鼓励他主动积极牺牲奉献那提升国民外交的这些主要的贡献那陈义松先生在1996年那时候在冈比亚他用他的所谓的潮汐灌溉法使冈比亚那个北岸省一大片的将近375公顷的荒地变成良田那现在冈比亚用这个方法它每年所产的稻米大概有几万公斤几万吨的稻米那也因此他也荣获冈比亚总统颁发农业勋章所以这一段期间丰功伟业我想我说也说不完那现在他已经年近80了还在授课，还在亲自耕田那最难得的是他的稻田从来不是用化学农药，也不是用除草剂那种因为水稻是我们的主食的主要来源但是它常常会因为有疾病而来影响到它的一个产能跟品质所以今天我们的主讲人要跟各位分享他另外一项的杰出研究那他利用天然的物质的配方来在不适用化学药剂跟除草剂的条件之下有效的去防治多种水稻的疾病跟管理这些杂草那以下我们就热烈的掌声欢迎一下我们今天的主讲者，谢谢各位，谢谢。
Thank you very much. Today I'm going to present wetland and this weed pest disease management on wetland rice cultivation. I am a farmer, actually. Since I was 13 years old, I work on rice cultivation. Now, I still working on rice cultivation. So, you see that this one you have already in the book. Now, come to introduction. See, rice is a very important staple food for many people in the world. And IRRI reported in 2010, 450 million metric tons was produced. However, it mentioned that estimated about 114 million metric tons is needed to increase in the year 2035. And we found golden snail, blast, shield blight, and other disease, insect problems cause huge rice yield reduce. And cinnamon money and trees, leaves plus fresh turmeric rhizome solution for insect control. Cassia fistula and camellia cake powder are effective for control golden snail, you know. And KKF beneficial microorganism and other beneficial microorganisms could rapidly decompose green manure crops, rice straw, and wheat successfully. This is important. If you have growing very good green manure crops, then you need to decompose it well. Otherwise, you may have a problem bending your root system. Oh, sorry. Huh? Proper field leveling is also very important. If we don't leveling our field well, we cannot control water properly. And this will give the wheat chance to grow faster than rice. This is just showing that IRRI reported in 2010 and come to the year 2035, you need to increase 114 million metric tons of rice in that year. So we need a lot of effort to increase the yield to meet the requirement in 2035. Cultivation of green manure crops. This is very important for the farmer to see how you can find the best green manure crops for your own locality. For instance, in the central part of Taiwan, where I grow my rice, I found, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Is some problem? So, continue. Okay. Sorry, this as a farmer, not very good for this. Well, anyway, select the best green manure crops for your own locality. Without selecting the good one, in the central part of Taiwan, I grow Biochar raceicata and Trifolium alexandrium, Medicago sativa, and blue soybean. Grain is very small one. We call it blue soybean. It's good for the winter crop, and as well as the brassica, rapeseed that is give very nice yellow flower, you know. So then the summertime, we found Susbania rosebagi and Colataria jangia, as well as blue soybean, good for the summer crop, you know. And after you have good green manure crops cultivation, then you have to select the time to turn over. Usually we have turned them over into the soil at the flowering stage. Here you see the green manure crops. How I manage it with 3 kinds of green manure crops planted together. The first time I observed that rice seed growing very well, covering the whole area. Then the next, they come out with Trifolium alexandrinum. After this developed, the latest one, I observed that Bichia lasicarpa is very good to cover the rice field. So you could not see many weeds turn out from this green manure crop. So this is the first stage. You have to grow green manure crop successfully, so you can inhibit the weeds, the early stage. This was the one I really collected for green manure crops. I waited the first year, 2020, I got 35.2 tons per hectare. Then the 2021, the same January, I got 32 tons per hectare. Then 2022, this year, I got very high yield of green manure crops, about this 42.5 tons per hectare. If you see some of the farmers still practicing this burning rice straw, if you burn your rice straw, you automatically lose about 10 tons per hectare of good organic material. And you see, and at the same time, you kill beneficial microorganisms in your rice farm. The soil will become very hard, and the earthworm could not come out because the soil is too hard for them. So we lose this volunteer worker from earthworm. I did collect the weeds in this kind of farm. I got 4 locations. I weighed them, the weeds only 0.6 ton per hectare of weeds in comparison to 42.5 tons per hectare of green manure. You see how much the organic matter will return to the soil. This is very different. Huh? Rice cultivation in different countries, and as I said, I started growing rice very early. And this was the one when I was working at the Sevilla University. Former President Marcos, he contributed 1 million pesos for rice research program at the university there, Sevilla. So he came to see his project. I happened to work on this program. And this another opportunity, I went to Sarawak. I worked with the Ministry of Agriculture and Community Development there for rice production extension program. And we found the yield could be very greatly increased if you apply a new technique and also the method all for cultivation of rice. This is in Sarawak. And this one was in the Gambia when I was working for tidal irrigation. Gambia has a very good condition for tidal. I don't know if you know tidal. 潮水灌溉，潮汐啊，every day you have 2 high tide. I take that advantage to irrigate the rice field, and that will be, save a lot of energy. And we're talking about the energy, we don't need to have just by nature. Let them go in automatically. After that, I have also take advantage of time to learn more about rice cultivation. This is the place I learned KKF. I mentioned the first slide, KKF, beneficial microorganism. This was introduced by Mr. Detia from Thailand. I went to his farm 3 times to confirm whether this is true one. And I found it is true one, and it is simple, and the farmer can use it. Dr. Kasem Soiton, who came from also Thailand, he used to contribute his beneficial microorganism to control various kinds of disease. So now in Southeast Asia, he used to go around, and actually he was here at Danhua to speak about beneficial microorganisms last year. He came to see my farm, and this was the 2013. After I left the Gambia, my government asked me to go back to evaluate the rice production over there, how they can reach the self-sufficiency. That was the time I went there. And Dr. Norman Afforestation and his wife came to Mingdao University to see how the rice cultivation. And actually, he's famous in SRI rice intensive system. And he came to show us how to do it. I did learn from him a lot about that rice cultivation method. On this one, manure harvesting in Indonesia. It's very interesting to recall how I harvest my rice at the younger stage, because the time, as I say, 13 years ago, 13 years old, I started cultivation of rice. And I had to follow my parents to do all this kind of work. This was the XD number 9, breeded by Dr. Wang Qiangsheng from National Zhongxing University. His variety is very good because it's moderate to rice blast resistant and also highly resistant to bacteria leaf blight. And there is a very good property, antioxidant, in this variety. When you take this variety, you will have a better, resistant to cancer or some other human disease. So, proliferation of beneficial microorganisms. You see, I mentioned the KKF, beneficial microorganism. It's here how I follow it to prepare. We collected this humus, about 200 grams, from the nearby mountain. We added 1 liter of molasses, 1 kilograms of rice bran, and 20 liters of water, stirring for about 7 days. under the warm weather. If the cool weather, maybe you need additional 3 to 5 days to find the good beneficial microorganism turn out. So this could serve as a decomposer to green manure crops, rice straw, and weeds. And you see this photo, and some are taken in Taiwan, some are taken in Minian College, Negros Occidental, Philippines. My student, Chen Aoshen, and I, actually, we went to there quite often. I myself went to Negros Occidental to do the volunteer work about 10 times since 2011 till 2019, So 10 times I spent every time about 2 weeks. This was also in Negros Occidental in the Philippines. We have helping the farmers extension officer to learn this easy way of beneficial microorganism production. You see, we have collecting different samples to find out which is give you the best. This was taken in Taiwan, and I used to have this in my own farm, multiply and to decompose this rice straw and green manure crops as well as weeds. So this actually is save the money, and you don't need to spend extra money, but collecting good humus. This is important. If you don't decompose your rice straw well, and you transplanting your rice, you will get trouble, because the fermentation will continue, and it will burn your root system. So I found it's very, very important, and we have to see at least 20 days before transplanting. You must turn over, and you must apply beneficial microorganism. You see, this is one. No time to decompose. You see the rice straw here, all the rice straw here. So fermentation continue, and the root system burned, so they cannot develop well. Even though this was transplanted over a month, this was taken in Sarawak, 2013, when I was called to see the rice farm by Nestor Food Company. You see that the healthy roots, only very few. White one is healthy one, but this brown and dark brown are not healthy. So the plant could not develop very well. I apply beneficial microorganism or liquid fertilizer through the irrigation water. So I use only a simple way to save the manpower and the cost. I also apply beading preparation, biodynamic preparation, 500, 2 times. One is after the soil is smashed, and I apply this 500. Then the second time, before the growing green manure crops, I apply another one. When I do this, I need some help, because I myself, I have to do this everything. So I ask my grandchildren to help me. When I was tired, then they can take a few minutes, then I come back to work for starting the BD 500. This need 1 hour. You see, you cannot stop. So I have them. Now, come to the pest and disease management. This is I use Cassia fistula for golden snail control because this will have the anesthesia. When this golden snail touch the water, their mouths could not open, so they will die because of hunger. And this is the way we have prepared. Actually, this fistula, Cassia fistula, is very near my farm. I can collect about 700 meters from my farm. I can collect from the tree. It's free of charge. So I use them, and I can also use this camellia cake powder. You know, when you use any one of these, the recommendation rate is 5 kg per 0.1 hectare. Broadcasting, you see that my student helping me to broadcast, and then after broadcasting, we have transplanting machine pass by, so they can mix again, make it more uniformly. Rice stem borer control. We use 6 pheromone to monitor rice stem borer and population. When we found the population is go into the box too many, then we can spread the we use this monitor here, the box. Yeah. So this box will show you. Okay. So hostel, the same thing. We can use this hostel, and these two are very good one. Cinnamon money and the hostel. This different kind of disease control and weed management. This year I mentioned that you grow good green manure crops and you must have the good plowing and labeling. Without labeling, you cannot have a good, you see the weeds, plenty. Yeah. And this is Japanese friend, they use rice brown, 40 to 60 kilogram per 0.1 hectare, applied right after transplanting. So that weeding is very good, but you have to pay attention to wild dog attack. And this is the herbicide and without herbicide. So you can see the difference. And before I started, from the very beginning, I had problem with, so I had to use. So this was the one I took very near today, March 30, and the field is almost no weeds. And this was the rice I grow in different season. I had the first one 5 tons per hectare, second time 6 tons per hectare, third time 7.1 tons per hectare. Fourth crops, this poorest 4.8 tons because I didn't apply any fertilizer and to see what happened. So in this conclusion, if you use camellia cake powder for control, you don't need to apply actually the 5 kilogram per 0.1 hectare, but you can use half of them just along the line, then you can have a good result. And rice dust, shelf blight, and other fungus disease, you can apply BD508 and BD501 for control them. Actually, XD number 9 is rice blast resistant variety. So rice stem borer and yellow stem borer. So this is a very good. We can apply cinnamon Bomani plus this fresh turmeric rhizome solution. So green manure crops could enrich soil fertility and inhibit weeds growth successfully, but you have to leveling your farm very well so that water can be controlled. Otherwise, those higher spots will grow weeds at first. Okay, beneficial microorganism, I have already explained it, is quite good for the farmer. They can collect this humus from nearby mountain and apply to decompose their green manure material, rice straw, and wheat. This was taken in Bali, rice terrace. It's very nice looking, and I really would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who participated in this presentation. Thank you very much.
谢谢今天的主讲人陈团长提供大家一个不需要用化学农药那不需要用除草剂就可以有效的去防治各种水稻的病虫害跟杂草的管理那我们再次谢谢今天的主讲人陈团长，谢谢。那因为时间的这次的会议的时间的进度有点 delay 所以我想会后如果各位有任何问题，再欢迎直接跟我们陈团长请教。谢谢各位，谢谢。
感谢主持人郑国珍理事长以及主讲人陈一松先生。I'd like to thanks Mr. Chan and the host Chairman Zheng。现在我们有午餐休息时间，所以请大家于下午1点20分钟前回来现场。Now we have reached the time for the lunch break. Please return back here before 1:20 p.m.
来，现在我们
因为那个本来是1点5分开始，但是因为它抵掉了，所以我们让各位充分的用餐时间。那我们一样是延后，但是只延后15分钟跟各位抱歉。所以我们1点20我们要回到会场来继续下午的一个讨论谢谢。
来，各位贵宾，我们一样再分流离开会场一下，麻烦前4排的贵宾跟着我们的同仁到交易厅去。然后，如果您是永续绿色科技发展协会的会员，待会分流出会场之后，麻烦您到1楼会议厅开会员大会，谢谢。对，一楼，对，先跟着过去。因为我们要等前面的贵宾离席之后，我们这边才可以离开。来，麻烦左侧这边的所有的贵宾。
How long?
We have extended 15 minutes. 大概15分钟延后。20
20 minutes.
对，1点20。
Okay, okay.
Who is this professor? The host is Martin.
So, yeah, I submit you.
You will do it.
Yeah.
Really?
The next book.
Yes, 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 yeah. He cannot come. Yeah. Okay.他现在在身上背，我现在跟他讲话怎么讲？好，好，那
这简报在这里。
那简报已经有了是吧 ？OK， 好，那我现在怎么跟他讲？现在还没打开吧？
您开麦克风了，现在可以跟他讲。
Okay. It's all it's open now? Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Hans Peter. Hello. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Hans Peter. Yeah. Maybe he is not online now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Here is afternoon. So you are good morning, huh? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Nice to meet you on the line, and we are expected to hear from you. Your wonderful speech. Yeah. I know you are very famous pioneer for carbon sequence. Yeah. So it's in Taiwan. We Nanhua University. We emphasis on the effort to make a sustainability center, okay, and try to carbon balance, okay, campus. So we okay. Thank you. Yeah. So we declare maybe in 10 years we will reach the carbon balance. So your experience and your help will be very helpful to us. Okay. So I think I believe that a lot of people now waiting in the conference room. Today we have two conference rooms, okay, because of the COVID-19, something like that. Yeah, in Taiwan is okay, but we still very careful. Okay, so maybe in a few minutes I will let you know how when to start. And if you want to speak directly or use your video, we already had your video. Mr. Hans Peter? Can you hear from me?
Yes, I can hear you. Not so very good, but I'm very happy to be with you this morning.
Yes.
This afternoon for you.
Yeah.
And I hope that my words on climate farming and carbon farming will be helpful for your discussion.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I was a professor in organic agriculture, and now I retired and as an organic farmer. I have a very small farm. Okay. So, very nice to meet you, and I hope maybe next time we can invite you to visit Taiwan. Okay.
Yes, it would be very nice.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yeah. So it's in a few minutes. Okay, we will start. Okay. So if we can use your video, or you want to speak again directly.
No, that's okay. We can use the video.
Okay. So you just hear it, just as we are hearing from you. The same. Okay. Good. Okay. So see you later. Okay. Maybe in just a few minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome you all for the afternoon session of 2022 6th International Symposium on Sustainable Development and Green Technology. 再一次欢迎大家第6届永续发展与绿色科技国际研讨会。我们等一下大概1分钟以后会开始。Now we are going to start our afternoon session. For this first speech, I would like to invite as a speaker Dr. Hans-Peter Smith and as the host Chairman Chen Shih-siong. 邀请主持人陈世雄理事长，以及主讲人 Dr. Hans-Peter Smith. Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Hans-Peter, we are starting now. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are so glad that we invite a scholar, very famous scholar, Mr. Hans-Peter Smith. He has been a pioneer in the field of biochar since 2008. He has worked on all aspects of biochar, including the creation of wide variety of biochar production equipment, biochar production in high and low technology scenarios, so application technologies, field trial design, biochar characterization, and biochar education. The creator of Istaka journal. Okay, so it's a very famous journal. Okay, very useful, very respectable journal. Okay, in addition, Hans-Peter has designed and used biochar plaster as building materials and is working with researchers on its use in 3D printing. He has extensive experience working across Europe and has worked on developing world projects as well, including Nepal, Bangladesh, and Ghana. Okay, so Mr. Hans-Peter, would you like, before you use your video, would you like to speak to the participants in the conference room now? Let's say a few words. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to be with you this morning and that you allow me to talk about the potential of organic farming in climate mitigation activities, as I think organic farming will be key to achieve the objectives of the IPCC and the world government to reduce the impact of climate change. And I hope that my presentation will be helpful for your further discussion on this topic. And I myself, I hope to be with you in Taiwan one of the next years. Thank you so much for your attention. I will be ready for any questions after the talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's start the presentation of Mr. Hans-Peter. Okay, please.
Dear participants, I'm very proud to talk to you today about organic farming in combination to carbon farming systems to avoid climate change as a key technology for negative emissions, and how we can combine organic farming and climate technologies. To set the background, it's very well known to the global community that we need to curb the emissions and reduce the emissions until 2050 by at least 90% of the emissions that we still have today. But that would not be enough to avoid the worst effects of climate change. So we need additionally to the emission reduction the active removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and the sequestration in the terrestrial system. And the amount that is needed from now until 2100 about is well known. It is at least 800 gigaton of CO2 to compensate the effects of the CO2 that's already emitted. And it depends on the continuous emissions that we see until the next decades, if we need even more than 800 gigaton CO2 equivalent to sequester. But that's the background. We know we need this amount, this enormous amount of carbon to be sequestered in the terrestrial system. And there are not so many possibilities how to do it. It is called negative emission technologies, or NETs, which means that those carbon dioxides that were emitted has to be captured from the atmosphere. That's why they call it negative, even if it's positive for the climate. So there are two types of negative emission technologies. There are persistent and measurable technologies that are more on an industrial scale. Here we have what is called direct air capture and carbon storage, DACS. That means the air is filtered and CO2 is extracted, and then the CO2 is either transformed into higher carbon hydrocarbons like methanol, or it's mineralized and sequestered in the subground, or there is enhanced weathering. That means these are like stone powders from volcanic stones and that get carbonized. But this is heavy technology, and it's not ready yet, and it's not really known how to sequester so large amounts of carbon dioxide. So there are also nature-based solutions, and that's what we're going to talk about today. It's the well-known afforestation and reforestation. So every tree that grows extracts carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. However, when the tree is felled or falls down, and then it's biologically degraded, all the carbon dioxide goes back to the atmosphere. So we have not only the obligation to grow more trees, but also to capture the carbon from the trees. or from other biomass in a way that is possible to sequester. So if these biomass, for example wood from trees, instead of getting biologically degraded or burned in wood fires, they can be pyrolyzed, and so they produce during pyrolysis pyrogenic oils and biochar, and both pyrogenic oils and biochar can be sequestered on a long term because they do not degrade biologically in the same way as organic biomass. And a third solution is the increase of soil organic carbon. And so with these three solutions, increasing biomass, including wood biomass, but all types of biomass extracts carbon dioxide from the atmosphere when it's growing. So the production of biomass, the increase of soil organic matter, and the transformation of exceeding biomass into biochar that can then be used in farming. These three negative emission technology solutions are linked to organic farming, and I want to talk to you about these possibilities now. However, if we check on the land that's available today, where biomass could be produced to extract carbon dioxide, we quickly see there are some limitations. So today we have 1,500 megahectares of global cropland, but this type of agriculture in general is responsible for 13% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So for the moment, agriculture is not a solution for climate change, but it's a burden because it's done in a way that is not sustainable and that loses more carbon dioxide than it takes up. So if we imagine to use terrestrial carbon dioxide removal, TCDR, and do agriculture, then it's clear we cannot do it in this way of monoculture and intensive agriculture because it just emits more carbon dioxide. So in addition to that, we expect that we will need something like 500 megahectares in extra for food production to feed the increasing global population, and also the diet change. So that means we do not have so much land left to produce biomass to extract carbon dioxide. So if you see, if we take off all the agricultural land, there's not much left for biomass. If we further consider the areas of conservational interest, like for biodiversity protection or forest landscapes, then we still have less land available for biomass protection. And in our study of 2018, we calculated that there are only about 1,500 megahectares available for biomass production, to extract carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. However, if this land that's currently all green land would be transformed into intensive biomass production areas, like with eucalyptus plantation that is very fast growing, then we risk enormous damages due to wood fire, and in the end probably no much of a climate action. Or if we think about the plantation of switchgrass or similar grasses in a monocultural way, then it's only a question of time that pesticide treatments will become necessary, herbicides, fertilizers, and all the vicious circle. And that would certainly not be a sustainable solution for the climate or for the planet. And here comes the experience of organic farming into play, that instead of just looking to land that's not currently used for agriculture, we rather transform our agriculture into climate positive farming. And here we have different possibilities like silvo arable systems, which means trees are combined with annual crops. Or we can talk about silvopasture systems, where the pasture is improved with trees, shading trees, and that increases biomass productivity. Or like in the case we did here in Nepal in the mountains, like forest gardening, combining productive trees like banana or cinnamon with annual or pluriannual crops, which are very productive systems and also produce biomass. We could also think about using the ocean with seaweed, shellfish, and algae farming. We compare these different organic carbon farming systems. We can see that the potential to sequester carbon is enormous, is more than 10 tons per hectare in tropical silvo arable systems and tropical forest gardening, while these intensive biomass monocultures like eucalyptus and switchgrass have lower carbon sink potential and do not produce any food or feed. So a key solution within this framework is to include biochar production from the exceeding farming biomass. And biochar production looks in a smaller scale, a bit like on this photo. Just quickly explained, you have biomass that is in smaller pieces like pellets. And then it goes into the machine, so to exclude air, and then you heat up the biomass without air, so without oxygen, to 450 up to 900 degrees, and that means this biomass gases out, and it remains only the carbon backbone of the biomass. So it's 50% of the carbon of the biomass is transformed into biochar, and the other 50% of the carbon is transformed into a gas, pyrolytic gas, that can either be condensed to pyrolytic oil or used for heat or electricity production when it is burned. So that's in short how you produce biochar. Here you see how it looks like, the biochar. It's a very porous material. In fact, it is like charcoal, but not only made from wood, but from any type of biomass, from shrubs and rice husks, grasses, and leaves. It can also be made from animal manure or even from biosolids. So main property, one of the main properties is the porous structure. We have like something like 300 square meter of surface area per gram of biochar. And in all these micro and mesopores, you can store nutrient liquids. It works a little bit like a sponge, like you can see here. So the biochar soaks up liquid nutrients and can give it back to the plants or to the soil ecosystems when is needed. So in organic systems, just as an example, biochar can be improved with animal urine. So in 1 liter of biochar, you can store 1 liter of animal urine. and 1 cow urination has enough nutrients for 6 maize plants, which is kind of enormous. So if you retain the liquid fertilizers from the animal system or from human systems or from any other industrial food production, you can just mix the biochar 1-to-1 by volume ratio with the liquid nutrients. The biochar pores get filled with the nutrients, and even if it rains, it withholds the nutrients because it needs some active removal, like from plant roots or from microbes that can get to these nutrients. So 1 cow is worth like 6 bags of chemical fertilizer, and that's why we created this liquid manure pits, which are filled with biochar, and the nutrients of the animals just flow into it and produces biochar-based fertilizer that you would apply then into the root zone of a plant. So here is the example of an onion plantation. You use only something like 1 ton per hectare of biochar, where you have the liquid fertilizer mixed to the biochar, you apply to the root zone, and you plant your annuals on top of it. Or if you have pluriannuals, like here for tea production, you apply it close to the roots into a ridge. You can also inject it, like here we did in Ghana in a cacao farm, or you apply it for trees around the canopy circumference. Just an example from a pumpkin trial that we did. You see here the application of the liquid biochar fertilizer, mixing with some compost. You then add some soil on it and apply 2 seeds of pumpkin, and this is like 2 months after it. The pumpkin is just growing like crazy on this substrate, so they grow their roots through the biochar based fertilizer into the soil, and is optimal provisioned with nutrients and water. And then you get to the harvest, and here we can show you that the combination of cow urine and biochar increased the yield of the pumpkins compared to urine only. So that means with the same nutrient amounts by more than 400%. And that is just massive. But it's not only on a low level. That means we attained 80 tons of pumpkin production per hectare in these trials, and that is not only on 1 piece of land, but we did farmer trials with dozens of farmers in the villages. We did 21 field trials with 14 different crops, and we see these similar results, not as extreme as with the pumpkin, but with cabbage, with cauliflower, with chili, or with tomato, and tea and trees, we see an average doubling of the yield when using organic biochar-based fertilizer in the root zone. And on the right side, you see a diagram where we compare the mixing of the biochar with chemical fertilizers compared to the mixing with organic fertilizers, the same amount of nutrients, and we are still much better with the organic fertilizer than with the chemical fertilizer, and that's a massive improvement if you look to organic farming in general. These results were from Nepal, but we also worked here in Bangladesh with cabbage and with bitter gourds and ash gourds and pumpkins and other fruits. And we could also see an increase of productivity by nearly 100% compared to the control with chemical fertilizer. We also work in Cuba, where you can see is about a third better yields in cassava. And so when you see here this more kind of manual trials in smallholder farming, we also work with more industrial farming, and this liquid biochar fertilizer can also be applied mechanically, as you can see here in an example from the United States. Very nice example you can see here on the left side. You have chemical fertilizer with compost in a banana plantation, and on the other side, on the left side of the woman, so on our right side, you see a banana tree where we used organic fertilizer with biochar and compost, and you see the tree more than doubling. So summarizing the effects of using biochar, we just published a paper in a review about 26 meta-analysis of using biochar in farming, so not only in organic farming, but in farming in general. And we could see that in all more than 30 parameters that are relevant for agronomy, biochar improved the productivity or improved the parameter. So for example, when you have a contaminated, cadmium contaminated field, and the biochar helps to reduce cadmium uptake. Or if you look to greenhouse gas emissions, like N2O emissions, biochar reduce them. So yield was increased, root biomass increased, photosynthetic activity increased. Now you can see when you look up to this paper that biochar really works in all kind of conditions. So here is compared the effect of biochar-based fertilizer compared to conventional chemical fertilization. So the same nutrient amounts, and the red line is the conventional fertilization. And you see that for all types of crops, soil conditions, and fertilization amounts, you find an improvement or at least equal results. And a very important effect also for the climate is that biochar helps to increase soil organic carbon. So if you want to increase soil organic carbon, you have in organic farming, you have a lot of different possibilities like mulching and shading and compost use, but the biochar added to all these soil organic carbon increase measures optimizes the effects, and you have large possibilities to increase soil organic carbon. So here we come to what we call the pyrogenic carbon capture and storage. So if we include the biochar making and the biochar use in organic farming, then we transform biomass into biochar and bio-oil, and the biochar can be used as animal feed or as biochar-based fertilizer, which will increase the biomass productivity, so you have more biomass where you can retain the carbon from the atmosphere, while the bio-oil can be used for materials like for road construction. And this is the combination of organic carbon farming systems with pyrogenic carbon capture storage. So we can improve the carbon efficiency of these systems so that they really become negative emission technologies, combined the knowledge of the organic farmers and the new technology to become climate efficient. And so that the farmers can profit also from this climate action, we created in 2020 the first carbon sink certificate. We can certify the biochar that's applied to soil, and depending on the properties of the biochar and the soil and the farming system, we can evaluate and assess the amount of carbon that's put into a sink that will be retained for several centuries, and the farmer get paid for the carbon that will stay for more than 100 years at €100 per ton of CO2 equivalent. So this carbon certification system works already worldwide and is now implemented in several countries. And to come to an end, I want to give you an outlook on the potential of this combination of organic farming with pyrogenic carbon capture and storage. So if we go for 190 gigatons of biomass, that's what needed to produce 30% of the carbon sink that are necessary until the end of the century, as I showed you in the beginning. We need about 190 gigatons of biomass. It can be transformed with a carbon efficiency of 70% into biochar and pyro oil. And that would mean we would produce every year 3.8 billion tons of biomass extra on our agricultural lands for negative emission technology. That's massive. That is about 1% of the global biomass that we would have to extract. Is that really possible? From an industrial point of view, we only would need about 400,000 industrial plants. So that would not be the limiting factor. But how about the biomass? So this 3,800 million tons of biomass, as we said, is about 1% of global plant biomass. If that would be produced on the 51 million square kilometer of agricultural land, then we would only need to extract something like 1 ton of biomass per hectare. But if only 10% of the farmers would participate, we would still need 10% of the current agricultural land to produce biomass, like in these combined silvopasture systems. But as we saw, we can increase the yield due to biochar-based fertilization. We would easily have 10% because productivity will be increased by more than 10%, and we could produce on the 10% of the agricultural land 7.5 ton of biomass per hectare and year. And that would mean we have no food competition, no feed competition. We can extract the carbon dioxide and produce the same amount of food as before if we optimize these systems. And here we come to the advantages of organic carbon farming versus chemical monocropping. We improve water capture and storage and protection of the subterranean water and water currents. We increase soil organic matter. It's an improvement on the biodiversity. Climate resilience improves, especially facing climate change with longer droughts, heavy storms, insects, and higher CO2, and we can cycle our nutrients. Do not need to introduce new chemical formulations where we optimize the recycling of nutrients. And so I can come to my conclusions. We need to establish biomass as part of agricultural production. Biomass is not a waste of agricultural production. We have to focus to produce crops and biomass. And biomass is a type of crops, and it will be the new crop of organic agricultural production. The combination of food and biomass production is highly carbon efficient and provides additional ecosystem services. And that's why farming needs to be included into all types of climate mitigation activities, because pyrogenic carbon capture and storage as organic farming is ready for implementation, is ready for scale-up, and at much lower cost and lower risk than any other negative emission technology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Hans-Peter. Yeah, thanks for your wonderful speech. And would you like to entertain one or two questions? Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to entertain one or two questions? Can you hear from me? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So, yeah, any question? Because Mr. Hans Peter, is online. Okay. So, any question? I would like to raise my hand. Okay. Yeah, I introduce myself. Okay. Sorry, I forgot it. I'm Eddie Chen. I'm the former president of Mingdao University and the former dean of Nanhua University. Okay. And I established the Sustainability Center 6 years ago. Okay. And so my colleague worked very hard. My question is, I really impressed your presentation, and my question is, if we burn the biomass, then we will make carbon dioxide emission. Is that right? So if we didn't use the energy, the heat from when we burn the biomass, then it's a positive carbon emission, is not the negative carbon. Okay. So what's your idea? If we didn't use efficiently use the energy, the heat produced from when we burn in the biomass to make biochar.
Yes. So all the energy that is needed to make the biochar is energy that comes from the biomass.
Yeah.
There is no external energy that is needed.
Yes.
Now, if you use the biomass, for example, in composting, then you also lose about 80% of the carbon in producing the energy for degradation of the organic material in the compost.
Yes.
And when you do the pyrolysis, then half of the carbon is still in the biochar, and the other half of the carbon was used for the energy to make the biochar and to produce some heat energy. So overall, the energy and the carbon balance is positive because the carbon that is in the biochar does not degrade. When you use the organic matter, like in composting, then there is degradation and decomposition of the organic molecules that occur.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, and good vision. Okay, so you make certification for the biochar production, that right? Okay, very good. Any question? Other question? Yeah. Professor Chen. Okay. Another Professor Chen. Okay.
Increase the yield by 3 times my own share in Cuba. How can you make that? Is there 1 time more, but it's in Cuba. It's the 3 times increasing the yield.
Okay. In Cuba, 3 times higher.
Yes. Yes, if I could do this everywhere in the world and with every farmer, then we would have no problems with food anymore. So you are right that this cannot be achieved in any setup. So the examples that I showed, they come from agricultural cultivation that is not optimized. So when we tripled the yield, we reached in the best fields the same yield amount that would be obtained under other optimal conditions. Like when we produced pumpkin in Nepal and quintupled, so 5 times the yield, then we reached something like 85 tons of pumpkin per hectare, which is something that in optimal farming with chemical fertilizer, fertilization, plant protection, mulching, when you do all you can reach the same yield also without biochar. But when you use the biochar, you can improve less optimal systems, as you find in most of the farms, and can improve the yield, but also the quality of the crop. And you can reduce the risk of crop failure. So I do not pretend that everywhere you use biochar-based fertilization, you can double the yield. But which would be the main message also here is then when you use biochar and organic fertilizer, you can reach at least the same yield than in conventional farming, which would already be a massive advantage to convince farmers to switch to organic farming.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so is answer your question? Okay, and I heard that in Cuba, because the farmer have no money to buy fertilizer, so it's very easy to increase their production. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hans Peter. Yeah, really wonderful speech, and yeah, you inspire a lot of people in the world. Okay. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon in Taiwan. Okay.
Thank you so much. Have a nice afternoon and hope to see you again. Thank you.
Okay, bye bye. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Okay.
感谢主讲人 Dr. Hans Smith 以及主持人 Dr. Chen。
我直接来。
哎，那接下来的演讲啊 ，OK，Sorry， Finished? No.
Yes.
OK， 接下来演讲就是我们的洪主任啊，教大家怎么计算那个碳排了，对不对哈？我想这个洪主任我今天早上也简单介绍过了，非常优秀，非常认真啊。那这种研讨会我们都想大概办个1-2届、2-3届就不得了了哈。这个没想到第6届，而且越办越盛大哈。今年特别是请到大概也是陈立松老师好多帮忙这个介绍这些知名的专家哈。我想这个今天演讲的这些都是非常优秀的啊，非常具有代表性的啊，在全世界有机农业也好，这个永续啊，这个各方面的发展都非常重要，所以我们另外还有一个会议室，所以有些人不在这里啊，但是我要跟大家报告一下，刚刚翻译啊，有些地方是错的了，应该有机会把它校正过来啊，那就让大家这个不会搞错啊。OK， 好，那我们来一个掌声欢迎这个洪耀敏主任来跟大家演讲啊。
Thank you from the President Chen Sixiong. I think this is my first time. This conference we have this is 6 times, but this is my first time to have a presentation in the main hall. And so when I want have the chance to have presentation, so I think my topic maybe must be focused on our campus problem. So my topic will talk about the carbon neutral pathway, and this pathway, in fact, this morning our President Lin Chongming had talked about this topic. Say, we hope in 2028 we want to reach the carbon neutrality. So of course, this is a very big issue. So today, I think I want to explain some idea from my viewpoint. Okay. 我想我就尽量就中文跟英文就反复来讲一下哈。OK， 因为有些人可能就是不是很了解这个英文的部分。好 ，OK， so this topic I will talk about from the 4 point of view. The first is the why we need to do the carbon neutrality, and the second is how to reach the carbon neutrality. And the three, I will talk about the fall of our university, then finally in the future plan. So why we need to do the carbon neutrality? I think this morning our President Lin had talked about the temperature problem. So in fact, in the past 100 years, in fact, the climate impact will have only 0.7 degree of warming. Okay, but if we continue to extend the carbon dioxide emission, in fact, if you can see this figure, you can see this figure. Okay. In fact, in the end of this century, maybe our temperature will cross 1.5 degree. This is a very big issue. The first issue is because of the rise of the rise of the temperature, the sea level will rise because ice will disappear, right? So if you can see Taiwan, you can see this place where? Yunlin跟嘉义. Okay, this is the first impact to our island. So we can see this 6 meters, some place will be disappear. If you have time, maybe later you can go to visit our center. In our center, the first view is have a picture. This picture will show 6 meters, 50 meters, 25 meters, and 1 meter, and many places will disappear in Taiwan. Okay, in fact, the picture is 6 years ago by our dean of the center, Chen Sixiong. Okay, so but I think very important for us this first issue, and the second issue is the extreme weather. What is extreme weather? I think I use a very simple figure to explain to everyone. Okay, so we can see the first thing is because we have a higher temperature. So higher temperature, what happened? We will have more water, more heat, with evaporation into the air. When into the air, then we have more moisture. More moisture will form the cloud. Then we have heavy rain. So this is a real happen in Taiwan. You can see this is past 100 years. You can see the rainfall depth. In fact, you can see the rainfall depth is stable. It means in Taiwan, maybe 1 year, our rainfall depth is only maybe 2,000 millimeters. It's stable. But another thing you can see is not stable. In fact, the annual rainfall day is decreased very, very much. If you compare our rainfall day, you can see 100 years ago, maybe, and compared to today, the difference may be more than 50 days. 也就是我们100年前跟100年后，我们降雨日数少了100天呐，那是少了50天呐，少了50天。Okay, so what happened to this? In fact, very serious impact to our agriculture, to our weather, to our everything. Like this morning, Professor Chen Sixiong talked about the water problem, a very big issue. Of course, you can see this figure. The summertime will increase, but the wintertime will decrease. And you can see this extreme typhoon increase. If you can see the past 40 years, you can find from 2000 to 2009, in fact, we have 11 extreme typhoons in Taiwan. Very serious. So this, of course, this kind of thing will have some kind of job will be increased. For example, like me, my background is soil and water conservation. I graduated from the National University. So I have many classmates. Now they have very rich. Why? Because they have many projects because of the extreme weather. But it's not a good thing. Okay. So in the landslide, in fact, in the upstream of the watershed, we have a landslide and debris flow. And in like this one, there's a Monarch typhoon. But in fact, for the agriculture, we still have many impact. I think the two most important is in the agricultural production market, will impact the food security. This is very important. And how? Okay, so now we know the problem. So how to reduce the impact of the climate change? I think we can have from the two ways. The first way is we need to reduce the extent of climate change. How to reduce? We just need to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. This is the first issue. And the other issue is we need to mitigation. We want to reduce the impact of the climate change. And in fact, my major is how to mitigation, how to adaptation the extreme weather. This is my major. Because I'm the dean of the Surveillance Center, so I also need to focus the topic on reducing the climate change. Okay. So this is the background about the carbon dioxide problem. Then the second issue is how to reach the carbon neutral. So I think we can separate into 4 steps. The first step is we need to do some environment management. We need to do this first thing. we want to maybe we can in this kind of answer like previous speaker to talk about using how to using the carbon. We can use the carbon to increase the fertilize. This is one answer. And the second thing is you need to understand how many carbon you emission to the air. So you need to view and check your carbon emission. This is the second thing. And the third thing is you know how many carbon you have emission to the air. So you must find a way to reduce your carbon emission. So finally, maybe we can reach the carbon neutrality. I think you can see this figure. This figure is Chinese, as everyone can understand. So the first step, I can say is the environment management. So if you to check the standard of the international standard, you can see this one. There's ISO 14001. Now I think this is the first step everyone needs to do. Every company you can try to measure your company. And the second thing you need to understand how many carbon emission in your company, in your factory, in your farm. So you must check this one, this ISO 14064-1. Okay, this second thing. Then, if you want to know the carbon footprint of your production, you need to check this ISO 14067. This what you need to do. So this, I think, the second thing is to check your carbon emission. The third thing is you need to reduce your carbon. How to reduce? I think first issue is like this ISO 50001, or this energy minimum. For example, like in Taiwan, in our school, in fact, we start ISO 50001 in 2014. And that, I think that this year, 佛光山佛陀纪念馆, we start to do this energy minimum. And the second thing is like you want to do something like the circular economy. Later, after me, the Taiwan Sugar Corporation, Sun Mingming, CEO, he will talk about the circular economy. In fact, the department just the certification of the BS 801, and we are the assistant to have them to guide this certification. Then finally, you want to reach the carbon neutral, net zero. Okay, so this two things is in fact is really different. If your company just want to reach the carbon neutral, I think is more easy. You can use things like the solar panel to reach. But if you want to reach the net zero, it means you must absorb all the carbon emission in your company. How to do? I think you can use things like the forest, like organic agriculture to reach the requirement. So this is the final we want to reach. In fact, of course, in our university, we hope we can reach the carbon neutral in 2028. So this is my duty. So now I need to find a way to reach the carbon neutral. So next course, I will talk about the flow of our work in past. I think past 6 years or 7 years. You can see we from 2015 until now we do the ISO 5001. This is the first step, and then in 2016 we set up Sabine Center. And in 2017, we set up a master program of the green technology for fertility. So from this year, we start an international conference under the guideline of Professor Chen Sixiong and Professor Lin Chongming to teach us, and we start this conference. And from this year, we continue to invite many international experts and professors to join our conference. So until now, I think this year I'm really happy we can invite so many famous professors and so many experts to join, and especially we thanks the Professor Chen Yisong to invite many experts to join us. And next year, we're really happy. Next year, the Foguangshan Photo纪念馆 will organize this conference for us. So next year, this conference, we will go to Kaohsiung to have another time, and so I'm really happy. Then in this year, in 2018, we got the certification of the ISO 14064-1. But this version is, you can see this version is 2006. But in fact, after this year, the ISO changed the version. But this last year, okay, we just got this version. And from this version, we know we have many carbon emissions in our school. So we want to reduce, and we want to can reduce our carbon emission. So in 2 years ago, we got the certification of the facility and the Institute of Environmental Education from the Ministry of the Environment Protection. So, and in last year, we start to calculation the solid carbon sequestration in our campus. We used almost 3 months to check all the tree in our campus, and we also to find many places. In fact, we can replace the tree, and some place is just grass. So maybe in this year, we can plant more tree on the land, and then we can increase our carbon sequestration. So this, you can see this is the certification of the ISO 5001. This is the energy management system. So in this year, our President Lin, he gave a signature to say we will follow the rule of the ISO 5001. And after we do this setup, we are very proud that, in fact, our energy usage intensity only 71. So it's really low. Because the standard energy usage intensity in Taiwan, in campus, in school, is almost 90. But our school now is reduced very low. This is our performance. So this is why this morning our president said, in the past 3 years, we got a very good award from the Ministry of Environment Education. Then the second thing is I want to introduce our center. In fact, our center is established by the Professor Chen Sixiong, and after he set up this center, then he called me. I hope from the Mindan University come to this school to do something, and in fact, I think for a long time, I think more than 2 months, I think so, because I stayed in Mindan University more than 14 years. But finally, because I think President Lin Chongming and President Chen Sixiong, both of them are very famous, and also there are many ideas about the carbon nutrition and about the climate change. So I think maybe I come to this school, I can do something. So I come to this school 6 years ago. Okay, so now I'm the CEO of this center. In our center, in fact, we want to do something, so we can separate into 4 departments. The First department, economic group. In the economic group, our member is the professor of the master program of green technology for sustainability. And the second group is the research group. The research group, our projects come from our school. Some projects come from outside our school. And our mission is we have organic agriculture farm, and we have some campus environmental system. So we must do some research topic in this group. And also we have some other outside project, and we need to do the research. And in addition, we have promotion group. This promotion group, in fact, we do some project like the climate change project, like we have the Taiwan Sugar Corporation to do the BS-801. And also we do some like environmental education. And in addition, we do the university sustainability responsibility. Okay, this is our project. And also we have someone who to control all the budget. Okay, so we have 4 groups. So this is all we got. We got sorry, this disappeared. We got the certification of the ISO 14061 in 2018. And the total emission we can include in 2 scopes. One is direct emission. Another one is indirect emission. Indirect emission, I think, main is from the electric power, and totally sorry, just disappear. Totally is not too much, only 4,000 tons in our campus. This is our center. We set up this center 6 years ago. This is a history picture you can see. This person, in fact, we invite him today, but he got sick, so today he cannot come. And you can see this President Lin Chongmin and this Jian Youxin, right? And this our President Chen Xixiong, history, and okay. Then our center also has some mission. So I just separate into 3 kinds of mission. The first mission is we do the ESG report. The second mission, we want to do the reducing and adaptation of climate change. And the third mission, we want to do the education. This education is sustainability education. So this is our 3 missions of our center. So first thing, we do the ESG report. But in fact, in the beginning, we not do the ESG report. From the 2014, in fact, I come to school in 2016. From 2016 to 2018, we do the corporate sustainability report, CSR report. And in the 2 years ago, we do the university sustainability report. Then this year, we will transform to the ESG report. What's the ESG report? What's the difference between ESG and CSR? In fact, it's because of the criteria. For the CSR report, we check the requirement is a GI standard. But if you want to write an ESG report, we must follow the rule of the SAS report and also the GI standard. So this year we will replace and we will rewrite again our report and publish. Then second thing is the climate change adaptation. We do many early warning systems. In fact, this is my major in past 10 years. So the first thing we do the campus climate and air quality management system. This is the first step we do. We do this in 2016. Then the second thing, we got some project from our campus. This project is from the Taipei City government. and we do early flow and landslide warning system of heater slope. And this project now we have do for 4 years. We have do it 4 years. And the third kind of project is about the early landslide warning system from the soil and water conservation bureau. This is another project. So this three kind of project is show we want to do some climate change early warning system. And you can see this one. This system in fact is in our campus. You can see we just monitoring the temperature, humidity, wind speed and wind direction, precipitation, and PM10 and PM2.5. This in our campus. The second thing, we want to reducing the carbon emission of our campus. How to do? So I think the first thing is we want to reduce all the garbage in our campus. So and also want to any activity want to the activity is low carbon emission. So we set up this certification in our campus. In fact, this certification will just follow the University of California State. Then second thing is environment protection activity. This is what we do. And the second thing, we want to check how many carbon sequestration in our campus. So we just measure every tree in our campus, and we set up a website to show our outcome. In the future, this website will also to show our progress in the tree of the carbon sequestration. But this is what we do. You can see, in fact, we're using the UAV to fly all our campus. Then in a special place, we just check. We check the position and check the parameter, check the height, we check everything. Then after we check this thing, we in fact, according to the intergovernment panel on climate change, we say it's IPCC. IPCC is measured, and we can find the total carbon sequestration of tree on our campus. It reached 416 pounds CO2 equivalent. And you can see the everything in this website. Of course, today we also have one paper. She have a presentation in the page. You can find your conference proceeding. You can find the page 105. We have many details show how to do the carbon sequestration of tree. The detail will show in the paper, but because of time limit, so I cannot say too much. I just show how to do. Second thing is we have other company to do the circular economy. In fact, you can see later Professor. The CEO, the CEO, he will talk about the circular economy, and this is what we have them to do. So I think this figure is very clear to show the system of biomaterial factory. Okay, and this one, in fact, is our production. This production is we're using the old shell powder to replace the sand in concrete. And in fact, now we just set up this one to apply the patent. So I cannot publish this paper. In fact, after patent accept, we will publish this paper. I think it's very useful. We replace the sand almost 40%, but the strength is still very low. The strength can be useful in the building wall is enough. So very well. So this is a picture. We take picture in Taipei. Okay. Okay, this is the first thing. The second thing is, I think you want to let everyone know to reduce the carbon emission. The most important is you must change the mind of the people. How to change the mind? I think the education is most important. So 6 years ago, Professor Chen Siqiong, he set up a master program in our campus 6 years ago. So from this year now, every year now we have almost 50 students in our department, including 10 international students, and 40 students come from the local Taiwanese students. And last year we passed the IET accommodation. The IET is the Institute of Engineering Education Taiwan. We got the accommodation for 3 years. And of course, in addition, we from 6 years ago, we start to set up some facility and some lesson. This is our place. This is the learning system. And we set up some course and to training the student, training our volunteer of environment education. So this environment education, I teach the young student how to measure the rainfall depths and teach them how to protect themselves. It's really important for the student. I think we want to teach the student. I think the best age is from maybe 10, more than 10 years old. The young we can understand, we can follow. This one you can see from the 109年 just 2020, we got 2 certification. This is one is the institute, one is the facility of the environment education from the Ministry of the Environment Protection. We have more than 23 teachers in our institute. More than we still increase our teacher. How we need to so many teachers? In fact, we have the totally 120 20 hours course. This course is for the environmental education. So in the past year, we have one course, one class to teach 120 hours. And we teach, in the last year, we teach more than, I think more than 100 students to be the environmental education license, the guardian license. We also have the volunteer. Today, if you see somebody that just dressed like this, dress some green dress, so it means he's volunteer. You can ask him anything. This is our facility, but because of the time limit, you cannot see. Like this one, we have some permanent element in here. This, of course, this one, why I do this one? Because we know the groundwater is really, really important. So if you this kind of idea and just let everyone to understand, you must increase the infiltration rate, increase the infiltration of the surface. You can increase the groundwater. If you increase the groundwater, you can have more water can be used to anything. Okay. So of course, in addition, we have many facilities to pass the certification. So this we say this one is the university social responsibility. So in the past 6 years, like in the 斗六污水处理厂 is in County, and the 嘉义酒厂 is in the Jiayi County, and they got the certification of the environmental education. And now we have the other 5 facilities, including Emission, Jiayi and the Taiwan Sugar Company, and the Photo and even here, Liuyu. So now we hope these 5 places can got the certification of the environmental education. Of course, we do some many conference, and we also have some. We just take our student, our student, to do many service. For example, like this one, we go to the Kaohsiung to mark the 子弹节, and our Indonesian student to join. And after they join this activity, when they go back to their country, I think they will be understanding the need to protect the environment. And moreover is last year COVID-19 very serious. So we do many online learning. You can see this on our website, including today all the course. We will record the course, and we will upload to the YouTube website. Everyone can in the future, if you miss this conference, you can see this again. Like this one, this is transition. This is food and agriculture education. Last year he did very well. He just online speech. I think more than 500 persons want to join this conference, join his motivation. Then we just open 3 websites, 3 Google Meet to let everyone to join. So I'm really proud that I can invite so famous professor to join our online course. So I'm really happy. So because of him, so our more than 1万人 to join our YouTube channel. Okay. Of course, in our campus, we do many things like this one, this green office, green restaurant. Okay, so this is our current what we do, but how in the future how to do. So this year we have some plan. The first issue is this year we got the certification of the ISO 14064H1. So this is the first thing we will do. The second thing, we will just on this license, we will list the carbon sequestration by the tree. We have, in fact, in our school, we have tree. We have a big detention pond, and we have so many soil. So we are using this equation. We will just check all of the carbon sequestration and write down all the report on this certification. And this is the first thing. And the second thing, our plan is we will add more tree and replace all tree and want to increase the carbon sequestration. And all of things, what we do, we will apply the certification. This certification is just controlled by the Ministry of the Environment Protection. And after they agree, we can just reduce our carbon emission of our campus. So this is what we will do in this year. And the second thing, we now have planned here. Here is some wooden house before. This wooden house is for our professor in our campus. Now all the wooden house now is disappeared. So our plan is we want to add the solid panel here, solid panel here, and solid panel here. On this solid panel, we don't sell the solid panel to other place. We just use the solar panel to supply the power of our campus. So this place we can reduce our electric power. Then in the next year, we want to just extend the renewable energy on the building roof. That is our next step. So this what I think and what I will do in this year and next year. Okay. So in addition, we want to we can say we have do something. So So we can just have a conclusion is, first thing, we do education. The education is we develop the carbon neutrality education plan. This is what we do. The second thing is we check how many carbon emission in our campus. So we must we just calculating the industry carbon emission. This is the second thing we do. And the third thing is we just check the carbon sink of our organic agriculture. This is what we want to do. And the final thing, I will hope the Taiwan Fuel Company to do the carbon footprint of the oil shale. So this is what I want to say today. Thank you. If you have any question, I can respond. I think I don't extend the time. 有没有任何问题想要再了解对我们学校未来的一个碳中和的一个计划这样子？没有哈。如果没有的话，我们现在就接下来就要换下一位哈。那个下一位是我想是由我来当主持人了哈。那我们下一位其实我们是要我这边希望中文来介绍，等一下再讲英文哈。我们下一位那个主讲者我们主讲者是那个台糖那个公司生物科技事业部的执行长孙明明孙执行长哈。那我想这个孙执行长其实他应该我在严格讲起来哈，其实他也应该算是我们以前大学的大学长，然后以前是应该是中兴大学食品科学系毕业，然后台大食品科学研究所毕业，然后之后在台糖公司服务那他们大概差不多在应该在4-5年前的时候他们开始来去规划要做那个牡蛎壳的一个工厂那这样子也花了很多的时间大概花了好几年的时间那终于在去年完工落成那现在就是正在做很多各种积极的一个商品的开发跟应用那我想我们就请大家就鼓掌那个欢迎我们的孙执行长来跟大家分享。
好，那个谢谢洪师长的介绍了因为这几年跟他配合下来，我应该称他是一个 partner， 就是我们是大家一起在往这方面去走了我简单讲一下这个缘由了因为我今年来做相关的演讲是第2年，我去年讲的是大概就是我们要怎么去运转商转的一块。那我们我前一任的执行长他就是在规划这个，所以他最初规划他讲了1年。第二个是建厂那建厂那一段时间我们遇到了一些很多的波折后来终于在大林这边把它不是大林，就是在那个永康这边set up起来。其实在大林这边也本来要设厂，但是就是有一些波折所以后来到永康去了。那永康这边设厂完以后总是要商转有一些执照嘛，所以暂时拿到今年我来介绍就是有关于这个BG model， 就是有关商转方面的那我等一下全部都是用中文介绍啦，我想这样子会比较精准的去介绍到我们相关的一些的一个内容让大家可以了解。那我希望这样的一个介绍呢，可以让大家一起来进入这一块的一个领域，大家一起来去经营，然后去一起让它把它发扬光大，大概是这样一个情况。那当然不敢说这个像那个现在大家都在追剧所谓华灯初上啦那基本上来讲，我想应该是说我们可以借由这样把它扩大。那当然谢谢他们现在要把一些样品把它 demo 出来，因为事实上这几年这1年下来我们也做了很多事情啦大概是这样一个情形。好，我今天要介绍大概就是牡蛎的特性，还有一个商业模式到应用的产品到结语。首先我们看到牡蛎的特性，牡蛎我们知道这个是在台湾是一个很 很普通的一个东西啦哈。我们经常听到说的鹅啊啦，而且外面有叫生蚝或是叫海蛎子啊，在这个大陆是讲在那，或是青壳哦。那最主要是生长在东北亚，像日本、韩国这边大概都有哦。那个还有什么？台湾大概这是比较多，尤其台湾这个是因为有黑潮的经过，所以台湾这边的一个牡蛎在生长上是非常的快速哦。然后还有澳洲、北美、智利，还有西欧，还有北非，还有南非等这些海域。那我刚才提到台湾这边的一个海域，它的牡蛎的生长是非常的快速，而且几乎可以说是比其他的地方都收获量比较大。那它生长的温度呢比较适当，大概在0度C 到35度C 左右啦哦。然后它的盐度大概这边没改到，大概是2度到3.5%。那它最主要是在淡海水交易的区域。那养殖方法呢，会影响到它的一个收成。大家比较会有一个质疑，就是说，它有养殖什么不一样的地方？其实它就是我们先人的先民的智慧啦。大概有什么？就是普培亚啦、德培亚、卡培亚啦吼。这个我用台语讲可能会比较更精准一点。包括绿色啊这个哈。那这种的哈，它其实就会有影响。举个例来讲，像台南那边哈。还有嘉义这边大概都是普培啊，就是它是一个浮华式，底下一串一串的。那在彰化所谓的七股那边，因为它是一个细湖，所以在细湖的时候是海水来了以后，它这些才有办法去生长。那海水退了，它就可能就是盖起来没有生长。所以在这个过程中呢，它整个的一个生长的一个的那个时间会有差别。像刚才提到。普培亚就是嘉义、台南这边呢，它大概6个月到10个月就可以有什么收成。那如果是在那个什么七股啊，还是在那个彰化呢？因为它泡在水里的时间比较短，比较短，所以它生长的时间会比较长。相对的，它大概要到1年半，就是18个月才有办法有这样的一个培育出来哦。那如果在那个欧陆啊，或是其他像加拿大，它那种时间更长，大概要长达2年哦。所以这个是基本上会有一个差异。所以刚才提到我们的养殖，最主要彰化、台南还有澎湖海域，然后嘉义、台南呢，这几乎占了85%。那整个产值呢，大概可以高达44亿元左右哈。那这些养殖的方法，它到底是怎么样呢？大家可以参考这个网站哈。好，我们来看一下牡蛎生长的周期。牡蛎生长周期其实它是一个蛮独特的哈，它是一个壳，然后怎样？它有那个受精卵，就像珊瑚一样，它会放卵出去，然后呢，它会附着在这个壳上面。那它在上面以后呢，再会另外再形成另外一面的壳哦。那它会形成那个壳的过程中呢，其实它就是一个自然界的固碳作用，它会去吸收水中的2氧化碳，然后呢形成所谓的碳酸钙。那碳酸钙它的里面那个壳的成分最主要就是碳酸钙。那其实这种呢，不只是在那个什么牡蛎，包括一些蚬、文蛤或者其他这些介壳类东西，其实都有，只是它的碳酸钙的含量是各自不同。所以这个机制，尤其大家现在一直在谈所谓的固碳啊，或者是碳捕捉。其实它是一个很好的一个 model 哦，因为我们知道植物是光合作用，动物呢就是这种所谓的固氮的方式，所以是相当的奥妙的哈。那也许我们有一天可以把这一个机制可以去运用的，搞不好就是一个去处理我们现在面对所谓的减碳的一个最好方法，因为它产生出来，其实它把2氧化碳固定下来，其实它的碳是一个负值哦，这真的是一个负值哈。好，那我们看一下自然界的钙的循环。我刚提到它的一个碳酸钙呢，基本上来讲是它主要的成分。那这个碳酸钙呢，它如果经由那个高温或是强酸呢，它就变成生石灰，就是氧化钙。那氧化钙来讲，当然它有很多啦哈。那如果我们再把它加热，它就变成加水就变成是熟石灰，而且它会放热。那其实这个过程中呢，本身我们很多的那个东部那边有一些那个像那个他们在挖水泥，其实有的是挖碳酸钙， 然后再把它呢借由一个热处理，它变成是生石灰这样而来的。那这个过程中呢，它其实又把二氧化碳释放出去，其实是一个对环境不是很友善的，等于说把这个增加了二氧化碳的一个在那个什么在环境中啦哈，所以其实这个来讲并不是一个很理想的。好，那我们看一下，其实刚才提到牡蛎的养殖来讲，它本身是一个很大的一个产业，很大的一个产业来讲，刚才讲4亿嘛哈。那我们最初台糖那个时候是因为我们去跟人家买牡蛎肉哦，包括像我们蚬这样子，我们去把它变成所谓的好蚬锭或是好蚬精啊，它是一个健康食品，它本身有护肝的效果。那后来我们再看到，既然我们拿了这些肉，它其实以前在这些渔村大概都是乱丢，因为它变成是它一个废弃物嘛，哈，那个确实也被列为是农业废弃物。但是好，这些有没有办法去把它处理？因为被乱丢，结果造成环境的脏乱，然后又影响生活品质。那如果它可以被利用的话，是不是一个很好的一个介质哦，甚至是一个资源？好，所以后来我们盖了一个生技材料厂，去把它做加工，变成是一个多元的利用。哦，这大概是这样。那当然，其实在养鹅的过程中，不是单纯只有鹅壳它是一个废弃物，它也有那些什么一整串那叫什么牛筋绳，把它串起来的，那也是废弃物。但是现在那个部分台塑已经在收了哦，台塑集团它已经把它再回收再来收了。另外还有鹅架，因为一般刚才提到很多都是竹子，那竹子这一块包括有一些保绿龙，所以各位如果你在进滩的时候就会发现，海滩经常很多有这些东西。那当然这个还是有待后续怎么去把它做一个处理啦。哦，我想基本上是这样子。那好，刚才还有一个就是剥鹅啊，剥鹅过程其实是台湾是很特有，因为台湾在使用这个牡蛎的时候，它会面临到一个就是，它大概都会把它剥掉壳，然后把那个肉收集，然后再贩售给消费者。哦，那国外呢，它是整颗的，所以国外他们基本上它去收集比较不容易收集。那就台湾来讲，这是一个很特殊的一个使用方法，但也相对造成了说它有这个机会去做相关的回收。OK， 那我们来看一下鹅壳的一个利用，其实很早了哦，在我们先民他们其实就有去注意到。举个例来讲，像台南它有一个叫做科辉寮文化馆，它是一个观光景点啦哈，因为我本身是台南人，那在当地呢，它是把它说是一个观光景点，其实它这原先是一个先民他来利用壳去加壳，去变成是一个古法的一个防水素材，哦，这是古代的。那我们后来说起来也蛮奥妙，300年后啦哈，2020年我们在永康盖了这个生技材料厂，然后它变成是我们是一个材料厂去做加工，甚至它是一个废弃物再利用机构哈，我们有拿到相关的商转执照。那我们希望这个整个营运是一个零事故、零废弃、零排放等，哦，然后甚至我们原先从农业可以运用到工业，好。那他以前先民在怎么做呢？他就是把它烧，哦，烧以后它叫科灰啦，哈，科灰以后，然后再利用。其实它科灰烧到底是不是变氧化钙，我不知道。但是它其实，在那个什么明朝的叫做《天工开物》，我想学科学的人大概都会有知道这本书。它是一个介绍一些古代科技的一个那个，在古代它其实像那个17世纪。科灰就被利用，它就是变成是船的一个什么填补细缝的一个地方，那减少它有缝隙。那当然这个因为细缝会造成它漏水，甚至沉船。那这个就是它一个利用的一个方式。甚至呢，它就是变成是一个种水泥哦，因为以前它是把它就是科灰啊加糖啊加糯米啊，然后煮一煮，它变得有粘性，然后而且科灰在里面它是一个类似沙或是那个一个作用。然后把它作为那个水泥弄在这个红砖墙中间。那我们知道，在以前像安平古法啦哈，以前叫普罗遮城，它基本上来讲，它的那个就是用这样方法做，到现在已经超过300年了。其实到现在还都没有无恙，变成是一个古迹让我们参观了哈。那好，我们看一下这个 牡蛎壳它到底有什么特性哈？因为经过加工以后，我们发现它基本上是多孔，它是有孔隙状的哦。所以刚才有一些先进在介绍说，可能有些材料去烧过以后，它可能会有这样的一个作用，确实哦。然后抗菌哦，然后还有一个除臭，包括还有一个是低碳的足迹。那在这个过程中呢，其实我们很多以前在做石灰这一块，很多都是去挖山，就是山里面我然后去挖的时候，它得到了当然是一个碳酸钙，但是它纯度到怎样，我不大晓得。但是它基本上来讲，因为第一个你挖山破坏水土，而且它要长途运输，所以本身它的碳足迹是比较高的，而且还有一个剩有的是从国外进口。举个例来讲，像可能从越南啊，还是中国进来的。好，那今天我们把这些一个废弃物拿来变成资源物再利用，其实就是一个解决废弃物的一个方法。另外呢，我们又增加很多利用的方式，而且我们这个运程是比较短的哈。再来，我们进入到我们的商业模式。我们商业模式其实这里会面临到一个很大的问题，因为我刚才提到，本身牡蛎它就是一个所谓的什么农业产品。农业产品我们知道，它往往会因为可能它水域啊，或者是刚才提到养殖方法，或是其他点哦，就跟我们喝牛奶一样，你夏天喝的奶跟冬天喝的奶绝对大概会有一些落差。好，那既然它是农业产品，又是废弃物了，我拿来利用，我要变成是下游人家利用，尤其是在工业用，它的一个标准差，它要求是比较小，你怎么样可以去符合它的需求？我想这是一个后续要那，所以在这个过程中，我们持续是藉由检验它一些大数据，去把这些去找出它适当的一个操作参数，因为它每一批来可能它会有去混杂哦，它的那个可能会有落差，那我们怎么去让它还是出来的，我可以供应给下游是同样的，可以符合它的规范的。OK， 再来就是说，我既然是拿废弃物来处理，我出来当然是我的成品变成是人家的原料，我怎么变成是我不会再造成另外一个废弃物的产生？哦，所以本身我们生技材料厂它是一个叫做废弃物再利用机构啦，这个是有商转的许可证，就是说借由环保署发给我们的。然后呢，我们不会再形成新的废弃物。第二个就是说，我们牡蛎壳在加工的时候，我们尽量维持刚才提到的碳酸钙的模式，因为你碳酸钙如果再把它加工变成是氧化钙呢，又把二氧化碳释放出去了，那这个来讲是对环境比较不友善。当然如果必要的时候可能还是要那种，但是基本上我们怎么去让它变成是碳酸钙的形态可以去被利用，而且我们现在盖的这个生技材料厂呢，本身它变成是一个平台，为什么呢？因为其他会产生碳酸钙的，我们希望有机会我都可以利用这种模式去做处理。举个例来讲，像最近有那个云林那个口湖那边，它的那个清洁队，因为口湖我们知道它那边养了很多的文蛤，但是文蛤因为季节性的关系造成它死亡，那这些可能要再把它做一个处理利用，那没关系，我们说这个部分我们是一个平台，来我们就是你原料算我们的原料，我们把它加工，那加工完以后呢，我们收取一个加工费用再还给你，那这个来讲也解决掉它可以让它可以合法被利用的一个方式。另外其他像什么刚才提到的蚬啊，或是其他一些有壳的，如果可以有效的去把它做其他的分离，我们都可以，包括蛋壳。蛋壳其实本身它也有存在很多的碳酸钙。那我们知道现在很多液氮厂它其实对它来讲是一个很沉重的一个叫事业废弃物了。他说，与其这些事业废弃物我还要花钱请人家去把它烧掉，那如果可以借由你再加工处理，变成它可以下游应用的一个原料呢，他愿意。但是当然这里面有很多法规需要去克服因为这些我刚才提到都是农业废弃物，农业废弃物有农业废弃物的一个再利用办法，这部分可能要去做相关的突破。再来就是导入验证系统，你刚才好像我们那个洪执长这边有介绍到那个一些验证的一个系统什么能源啊或是其他的。那我们本身我们 生技厂部分，其实我们的生技事业部已经有 ISO 9001-4501了哈。那这个 BS801是第一次，我们也是跟那个洪执长这边合作，由他来辅导我们去取得这个验证哈，而且我们是第4级最高级的一个部分。那我们为什么要这么做呢？因为基本上来讲，我刚才提到，我除了农业用以后，我希望可以走入工业用哈。先人的智慧，它是大概停留是在比较那，我们希望青出于蓝呐哈。所以在这种过程中，你不管是在国内或是国外，我要让它进入呢，基本上你要经过一个所谓的验证。就是第三公证人来评定你是不是，尤其是所谓的碳足，刚才提到碳足迹这一块，由碳盘查到碳足迹的一个标章，然后我们再共同进入一些国际市场。尤其他们一些厂商会讲啊，我这个碳足迹那么高，如果进入到国际市场，我要被课税，我还不如我在国内可以把这些问题解决掉以后，我这些碳足迹减少了，我还是把那留在我自己国内，不会出的口到国外被课税哦。那我想这个是一个台湾这个可以组成一个作为国家队，怎么共同去往外走，甚至呢，政府机构它有很多所谓的绿色采购部分，我们怎样去符合它的一个需求，然后来供应，那让我们这些所谓的循环经济，或是我们其他这些所谓的废弃物可以变成资源物，再去做再利用，大概是这样一个情形。好，我们下一个来看看，再来就是我们藉由媒体或是一个公众的露出呢，让大家来共同参与，包括有一些所谓的什么卖场啊，或是期刊的发表，就像洪执长这边，他后续有一些要去进行相关的发表。那举个例子，我们像去年在生技展，我们已经有初步把这些概念露出而且我们也找了其他的厂商，他愿意进来跟我们合作，他可能拿了我们样品，然后去做相关的研发开发。那当然，其实不管怎样，我们在做循环经济，我刚才提到这些废弃物，我们要把它去化，你还是要出海口，就是要有机会去把它贩售，变成另外一个产品贩售，这样才有办法有效的去化。所以在这个过程中呢，我们怎么让它变多元化去利用？不是只有一个出路，还有更多的出路。我想这是我们可以值得去思考，或是共同来努力，或是共同去投入的。那第一个就是所谓商业平台或是合作经营的一个模式。我们现在基本上来讲，当然也有厂商来跟我们表达，他愿意有一些产品，他们愿意来形成所谓那个专门的商店来进行相关的贩售。那这个来讲就很有特色再来就是导入环境教育，因为我们知道政府它对环境教育来讲，它是非常的希望有机会让大家可以去爱护我们环境，包括来保护我们的环境。那这个来讲就要从一般来做起，来知道说，我们环境上存有哪些，我们怎么去参与，甚至可以知道，我们可以由这个案再去衍生其他更多的一个爱护环境的一个作为那当然，我们也感谢洪执长这边，他有辅导我们一些环境教育的教案。那我们后续我们来看有机会把它变成是环境教育的场域大概是这样一个情况。再来就是有关于牡蛎壳的一个利用你看刚才比较农业用大概是这一块，因为我们这边也有大概农业方面的一个官员这个它的规范里面是大概只有饲料肥料我们现在有把这个往农业其他资材，其实它本身是一个铺水性的一个什么铺面，那个水是可以往下走的可以往下走。所以刚才也有先进提到说，台湾的水是蛮缺乏的。如果既有这个铺面，它可以往底下去储存在地下，那甚至在这个过程中被过滤。还有一个就是说，它杂草比较不会生长，因为有一些基本上杂草很容易生长。那我们经常用的就是不是割草，不然就是啥喷上除草剂嘛。那除草剂来讲，又是对环境的污染或包括一些青苔，因为青苔存在很容易就是什么小黑蚊所谓台湾门甲，包括有一些结节情况都一样。那这个来讲，就是我们后续在开发的一些工业用。那我大概去年我记得我只是讲了一个概念，但是我们现在慢慢都已经把它变成是一些产品出来了当然我们希望它可以有更多的一个人投入可以去贩售，那让大家知道，那我后续我再来介绍。首先 这就是一般它最初规定的牡蛎壳农业废弃物用在什么饲料、肥料，但是它用在饲料确实也有道理。为什么？像蛋鸡，蛋里面它这个壳刚才提到它是碳酸钙，很多它就是必须要吃怎样所谓的牡蛎壳，它才有办法有效的去被吸收、被利用。而且因为我们牡蛎壳我们供应给它的时候是比较粒状的，粒状的时候，因为我们知道这些家禽类它在摄取的时候，它有所谓的嗉囊有嗉囊，还有所谓的什么部分，它必须要食用一些硬质的，帮助它去把谷物磨碎。所以我们这个来讲来供应它的一个吸收率，其实你看它是会比较高，会让它蛋壳的厚度增加。那确实在去年的时候也有在这边展览的一个什么厂商，它就是使用我们的一个牡蛎壳粉，那确实你会发现它蛋壳真的是非常的坚固了大概是这样这个也有人家整理出来的一个资料。好，我们来看一下肥料部分来讲刚才有提到土壤的酸化，用了一些化肥或者其他这些本身会造成土壤的酸化，那这个来讲可能会变成是有一些不好的金属会因此释放出来。那在这个过程中呢，我们可以借由这个使用牡蛎壳去改善它 pH 值，让它土质会维持比较好的一个情况我们本身用在我们的农场。再来是园艺造景，刚才提到我们把它铺在地面，它这个水会透下去，而且它那个草比较不容易生长，可以作为一个类似园艺造景方面的啦那我这部分我就不再多谈，这个是我们现在也在用我们自己厂区作为一个 demo 示范的一个地方再来就是所谓的塑胶，这个就是国内某大应该我们可以直接讲了，就台塑公司，它拿我们的一个原料下去做成所谓的抗菌塑胶粒抗菌塑胶粒这种，然后它这个后续衍生就有什么鞋子这种，像这种什么这个什么马拉松穿的那个拖鞋包括砧板点这些，它就标榜所谓的抗菌还有洗剂部分，因为我们现在有在开发一个叫手工皂，因为刚才提到牡蛎壳它本身它有它的一个什么除臭特性，那我们把它放在手工皂里面呢，这个手工皂去洗了会发现你手去摸一些什么比较具有腥味或是香辛料可以被洗掉你一般用肥皂大概比较难，但是它确实有所以我们现在很喜欢实际去跑，让它有实证的资料跑出来再来就是滤材，这个是我们在我们事业部自己的鱼池里面养锦鲤，结果呢，因为我们知道水产物在里面跑的时候，经常会有一些什么代谢物啦或是一些排泄物，那个水越来越脏嘛，那到时候我要换水，但是我借由这样去过滤完以后呢，它的一个换水呢可以降低频率那我当然这个来讲，如果可以应用呢，我想其实就我们沿海很多养殖户我们知道刚才提到，它经常必须去换水，那这个水有时候都是抽地下水来，抽地下水来的时候，往往一个问题来了，就是怎样会造成地层下陷。如果今天我们可以利用这个方法去让这个水呢可以循环，就刚才那个陈教授这边讲的，可以循环多层利用，那减少抽地下水，一方面减少成本，一方面呢也可以确保地层不会再下陷，这也许也是一个方法。那我们确实我们有去不同的月，然后去做相关它的譬如说 COD、VOD 的抽样，那确实它是有下降的一个情形至少就是说它的排泄物可以控制，让它不会说去影响到这个那个水产的养殖大概是这样一个情况，具有净化水质的作用。好，另外一个是3D 列印的基材，我们知道3D 列印是现在很新的一个科技了那我们可以把它放到里面作为一个基材它本身它具有什么直侵、耐压还有低比热再来就是文创了这个杯子好像据说这个是我们那个洪之朗他有帮我们找南华的那个艺术系的那个侯义士侯教授，他把它作为一个釉药的一个成分然后把它烧制出来了那出来其实蛮特别的，它很具有特色了 再来就是我刚才提到，我们持续还会呢，刚才水质方面湿地啊，因为它可以吸收水中的磷。还有呢，我们还试了就是可以去除一些臭味。刚才提到，像蓄殖场啊，或是一些排烟，因为如果这个可以被吸附，尤其是我们查到文献是说它可以吸收硫，那硫的话一般会影响我们空污里面的受死这一部分哈。那最主要是我们这些吸附完可没有作用的牡蛎壳呢，它本身又可以变成肥料再回归大自然，不会变成是另外一个废弃物我想这个就是我们后续还在去努力再看看是不是可以确认的再来我们要做加热包，当然加热包有的是说要变成氧化钙，我们就希望说不是变成氧化钙的形式，可以直接维持有一定的温度。那这个来讲，我们出去旅游或是所谓像我们很多在登山我们知道去年好像那个登山明火烧了一座山这个我想后续也许这种方式也是一个未来一个趋势啦我们都在努力中。再来就是刚才提到牡蛎壳那个牡蛎壳贴在分异图的一个配方里面，然后取代沙。那这个部分刚才那个洪支长部分他已经有介绍，要感谢他在做相关的利用然后再来结语是，我们牡蛎壳其实我们是把它针对循环经济的一个很重要的一个示范场，我们也希望它变成是一个亮点。当然这个部分其实还是回归要有商业模式，因为你不管讲什么那个形意多好，或是其实如果没有办法去把它变成一个商业模式来讲，我想这个它才可以运作长久，而且实际可以去去化这些的一个废弃物。以上是我报告，谢谢。
谢谢那个孙执行长的报告因为时间关系，是不是我这边只开放一个问题？不晓得在座有没有任何的问题想要来就教于这个孙执行长？好，那我想就是我这边大概说一下，其实，在循环经济里面它最重要就是它一定要赚钱它经济一定要起来，所以这个部分其实对，在5PS8年的时候，其实我们花了很大的力气去把它找出它的商业模式去通过，所以其实花了整整1整年才拿到最高级，真的是我就觉得他们台湾团队在这方面真的是非常努力去配合我们辅导团队来做那我看到有任何问题，当然我们综合讨论还有时间我们就在那时候讨论。那我这边有一个感谢，重要感谢今天那个孙执行长来我们这个会场来帮我们做个专题演讲
感谢主讲人苏明明执行长以及主持人杨明洪执行长。Thanks to the speaker CEO Sun and the host CEO Hong。现在是我们休息时间，喝咖啡的时间，大家可以去下面喝咖啡。我们等一下3点40分钟的时候再次回来开始。Right now we have the coffee break, so please everybody go there and please return back before the 3:40.
When I finish, then you can open the file.
Yes.
Welcome back after the coffee break. Now, within 1 minute, we are going to start our next session.接下来演讲邀请主持人王祥强研发长以及主讲人 Professor Dr. Raymond Sanger. I'd like to invite the speaker, Professor Dr. Raymond Sanger, and the host R&D Chief Xiangchen Wang.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xiangchen Wang. I come from National Zhongzheng University. Okay, so now I will start this session. So this session we welcome the Professor Norman Sanger. So let me introduce Norman Sanger. Norman Sanger is a teacher professor at the Biochar University and has been teaching postgraduate course on the public affairs at the Science Pole. And his research focuses on the trend organization, management, and international relation for the Institute research on the interministerial coordination for the trend policy making at the central government level, financed by the Swiss Science Foundation, and the research on the impact of funding of the global health through the preventive funding source, financed by the Swiss network and the international study. So today we are very honored to welcome the Professor Norman Sanger. So his speaker title is about the SDGs and PPPs for the green technology adaptation. So let's welcome the Professor Norman Sanger.
Share screen?
You can start talking.
Share screen, yeah. Huh? Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm delighted to be able to make a presentation on a topic that is very important to us, and I think it's also an important topic for you. We've been working with the United Nations since the beginning of the SDGs, that is since 2015. We've been researching, publishing, running workshops. So there is a foundation based on the knowledge that we have acquired over these years, and I'm looking forward to sharing that with you. My topic today is SDGs and PPPs, public-private partnerships for green technology adaptation. I am myself a titular professor at the University of Geneva in Switzerland, and also co-founder and director of the Center for Socioeconomic Development, which is a Geneva-based foundation going back to 1993. So here are the key messages of my half an hour presentation. The first one is the 2030 agenda will be presented with the 17 SDGs, and it will be also shown they're indivisible and also valid for every country, not just for developing countries, for instance, but whether north or south, east or west, at the global level, every country. The 17 SDGs are interdependent. Thinking of just silos of doing one or two SDGs and leave the others aside would be self-defeating because they're all connected. But we have to, it's a complex task to see how they are connected and how to best make this connection work for you. 3, the financing of the SDGs is a formidable challenge, particularly now, after 2.5 years of COVID. Now the war in Ukraine, which is affecting, of course, lives and also food commodities. And on top of it, the geopolitical competition, for instance, between the US, China, Russia. All this is affecting also trade and international cooperation and international development. The key SDGs that I would like to talk about today is particularly SDG 17. 17 is about partnerships, and it has 19 targets. I will say more about that shortly. So we have started in 2015 with the SDGs, the so-called 2030 agenda. 2030 because at 2030 it will be the end of the SDGs. We're about midway through, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Now, the idea of the SDGs is it is a 3 dimensions which are together should be tackled, and that means we should think of how to create our economy and our society in a way that there will be economic and also for business, economic sustainability. There will be ecological sustainability, the environmental issues, but also social development and social sustainability. These 3 dimensions should be seen as being one package, one whole strategy for developing our countries. The SDG implementation, the way to do it is to do it in an inclusive manner, in a participatory manner, and also in a transparent manner. The idea is no longer that experts will do everything, and then afterwards society will either benefit or not from what the experts have come up with. It is already at the start, society and private sector should be consulted, so their views could be integrated in a country's strategy. And every 4 years, countries have to evaluate where they are in terms of the SDG implementation. In addition, every year we meet in New York. There's the so-called high-level political forum where countries show what they're doing, and it's a lot of learning and comparing, which is a very good opportunity to see what else could be done differently at home. And in addition, I have to say also, it's not just countries. Now, 4 years ago, it started with cities who also want to have their one day of show and tell to explain what they do at the city level in terms of implementing the SDGs. That's also a fantastic moment to be in New York and to hear what the other cities and countries are doing. Here are the 17 goals. I'm sure you've seen this now many times. So let me go further and come back again what I said just before. The idea of the 2030 agenda is to have a house, a roof, based on 3 columns. They are equally important to keep the whole house together. And they're, as I said, indivisible, and they're all interdependent. So we at the very beginning, when talking about strategy, it should be already a comprehensive, integrated, 3-dimensional approach to SDGs. Here you see that the same concept just shown in a different manner. You have, again, the 3 dimensions. At the top is the economy, and which of the goals are linked to the economy. Then the society, the social sustainability, which of the goals fit with that. And at the bottom, the foundation could say the biosphere, nature, oceans, that's the basis for us to live our lives and to make it into the future. Now, all of this, of course, costs money. And the financing of SDGs has become a big concern. First of all, already in 2014, UNCTAD calculated there's about $4 trillion that are required every year for developing countries to achieve their SDGs. Now, given the current levels in all SDG sectors by both public and private sector, the developing countries face an enormous funding gap, estimated at $2.5 trillion per year. And of course, now, again, as I said before, with COVID and the other complications because of the war in Ukraine, financing has become even more difficult to generate and to find, especially for the developing countries. So an IMF study by Vítor Gaspar et al. Made the following comments, saying that in order to unlock large amounts of resources in the developing countries, there should be 5 key areas or sectors, if you want, that need to be developed. It's like an infrastructure strategy that includes education, health, roads, electricity, water, and sanitation. For all countries, developed or developing, these are key physical and social infrastructure elements of our development. They need to be improved, or they need to be, in that sense, built, especially in developing countries. How to finance it? So they estimate that for the low-income developing countries, there will be altogether what means 0.5% of their GDP, global GDP, should be made available for financing the SDGs in these countries. Or we have 2.1 trillion in emerging market economies. Emerging market economies could be like the BRICS, India, China, Brazil, South Africa. So that's their situation in terms of finding the money to finance their SDGs. However, if looking at this in more detail, it would mean we have about 4% of their GDP, or the equivalent of 4% of their GDP, should be made available to finance the SDGs. It's quite something. And more importantly, at the bottom, you see the estimates for the least developed countries, the so-called low-income developed countries, the poor countries. And we have about 55 of them worldwide. For them, it would mean that about 15% of their GDP should be put aside to engage in SDG development. Now, I think we all agree. First of all, they're poor, and in addition of what is left in terms of their accounts and their budget, to put aside 15% is just enormous. They really, in that sense, depend on support by the developed countries. Now, how to go about financing? Vítor Gaspar and his colleagues suggest there has to be some way to get more money, and that could be done through an increase of taxes. Now, this coming as a suggestion from colleagues from the IMF is quite something, because in general, the Bretton Woods institutions will be suggesting the opposite, to reduce taxes. But in light of the challenge of actually implementing or trying to implement the SDGs, it's clear money has to be found, so to speak, to finance it. And some of that could come through tax increases. And tax increases are not easy to do. We know all of that, right? So we have to have a strong government who can explain why there will be tax increases, for what, not just to grab some money from its citizens and then spend it in unknown manners, but that it's clearly earmarked for funding of the SDGs. Now, how to go about with infrastructure development? As you can see on this figure, from left to right, there are different ways to finance infrastructure development. This goes back to a paper from OECD, which still holds very much, it's a useful picture, a useful concept to discuss and to then agree how to go about doing infrastructure development. It could be done by the government. Let me remind ourselves, when we look at Scandinavian countries, for instance, first, the citizens pay a high tax, sometimes 50, sometimes even more than 50%. But their governments deliver what they promise to do. And the people, the citizens, are happy what they get from the government. Hence, the government can do most of the infrastructure development by itself because it can finance it. If that's not the case and there's not enough money, of course, there is the possibility to do a public procurement, a call, and companies submit tenders, and then the one that is judged to be the best tender, the company then creates, works on the infrastructure, gets the job, gets the mandate to execute the project. But once finished, it's finished, it gets evaluated, and the company gets paid for the work it has done. PPP is a different story. Private-public partnerships could also entail co-ownership, so that a company, for instance, which creates a new road, gets to have for 20 years or maybe even for 30 years the right to request toll taxes from the cars that use the newly built highways. And so for a limited amount of time, but still it could be 20 or 30 years, the company is in that sense in charge of the highway, and at the end has to give it back to the government. There are also concessions or even privatization. These are ways to think about how to finance and how to go about financing and developing the infrastructure projects. There are different kinds of infrastructure. Let's just remember, right? We have the so-called physical infrastructure, energy, transportation, telecom, water, classic. Social infrastructure, health, education, social services. But we also have political infrastructure, institutions, laws, and administration. Sometimes countries decide that, for instance, for vehicle inspection, that's done through a private company and not by a government office. On security infrastructure, armed forces, police, and some countries, the police system and the prisons are given to a private sector company which runs it. Of course, there's a heavy debate whether that's good or not good, but these are possible ways to think of infrastructure and how to finance and how to develop it. Now, here is just a list of different kinds of PPPs, legally speaking. And most people and even governments are not necessarily informed as to the implications if they go, for instance, for four. It's called build, own, and operate an infrastructure project. What does it mean for the private sector company, but also for the government? The government has sometimes to co-finance it, but also has the responsibility to make sure that the project, especially if it's a 20 or 30-year project, and inevitably governments change, and maybe private sector companies have new managers, that the project is executed and delivered as agreed at the beginning of such an infrastructure project. But when opting for PPPs, there should be a consideration as to whether or not the civil servants in the Ministry of Finance or in the government in general, also the line ministries, do they know what PPPs are? What are the implications for the government, but also for the private sector? Say in some of the line ministries, like say the Ministry of Transportation, excuse me, or ministry in charge of ports, or electricity, telecom, if it's a big project, of course, people in that ministry should also have experts who know how to engage with the private sector company which will be delivering an infrastructure project. So there should be capacity building, there should be ongoing training, because people don't necessarily stay in government forever, right? They come and maybe move on after a career opportunity appears, and hence the new people coming on board have to be trained so they can do their job, which is to supervise that everything goes out right. Financing, just a final slide here. Say, let's not forget, if we opt for PPPs, it basically means that maybe we have a great arrangement with a private sector company to build a road or port or telecom unit, but the next generation then has to pay up. So it is an offloading of a big responsibility that the younger generation, which is not necessarily participating in a decision about infrastructure development, they're the ones who will have to pay. And hence we're talking among experts how to better include the young generation so they're not put in front of a fait accompli and maybe at the end refuse to pay. Here you have another way to think of the SDGs, grouped in the so-called 5 Ps, right? People, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. As you can see, some like people, that would mean including or looking at goals 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Planet would be 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, and so on, to cluster the different goals within these 5 concepts can help when discussing within society, but also among the people in charge of implementing the SDGs. Where do you want to emphasize? What do you want to emphasize? What needs to be done? More about people development, more about prosperity, or whatever the country's needs are. That helps to group the discussion within the context of the SDGs. Another one important aspect, the goals, as I said at the beginning, are interconnected. They affect each other. And this chart here was done by a colleague of ours at UNDESA in New York. It's showing, as you can see, how the goals are interconnected. And the size of the circles also shows the importance of these specific goals that are very much connected with other goals. So there is the discussion about policy trade-offs. You know, it cannot do everything, it's clear. Countries and cities also should decide what is most important. What are the goals that need to be most, developed? And that means by deciding to go for these goals, of course, the other goals have to take a back seat, not to be forgotten, but to come in maybe 3 or 4 years later. That's an important strategic decision for countries, but also for municipalities. And then here is also what a company can do. It's not a matter only of governments. Companies can do their best to implement the SDGs. Here you get to see an example. There's the co-roundtable from Tokyo who produced this chart. And you have to understand this and read it from left to right. It's the production process of a food, just an imaginary food company, which buys food, or let's say commodity, wheat, rice, then processes it, then creates out of this food items. The food items afterwards are packaged, transported, brought to the market, so to speak. There's distribution systems. They're sold in the market, used by customers, and the company at the end discards what was left over from the production process. And each one of these steps of production is also holds for any other sector, not just food of food companies, right? There are, a company could analyze where is the company? Is it more up? This is the sign is positive, meaning these SDGs that you can see here, 4, 8, 2, 3, 2, are being positively used and implemented throughout the company's production process. Versus negative means these are concerns. There is something not right, be it how the company relates to its workers or employees, also the environment, the working conditions. This would be, in that sense, taking stock where a company is and what can a company do to improve its footprint and contribute in that sense to the SDG implementation. You have afterwards, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but you can see how each one of the goals for companies, what it means, and how a company should assess whether it's doing well or not, and how it could be, in that sense, improving its footprint. That goes up to here. And now another one at the end to close is 17. 17 is the SDG about partnerships. It's the biggest of all the SDGs in terms of big here, meaning the amount of targets that are part of 17. And it's about resource mobilization, participation, and helping the developing countries who, as I already mentioned to you before, don't have the money to do it, but maybe have the interest, but they need to be helped. And then to do investments, to find the right kind of investment in the different infrastructure. In the website of the United Nations, you will see here, that's the concept, right? To help each other, to put the parcels together, to make it a win-win or multiple win-win partnership. 6, 7, and I highlighted 7 because it also is about to promote the development, transfer, dissemination, diffusion of environmentally sound technologies. That's the green part that we also wanted to highlight, that we do when investing, let's invest in green technology and in green products. That's 17.7. Then we have capacity building, 17.9, and trade, 17.10. 17.11, unfortunately, was missed. We're supposed to help the least developed countries increase their share of global exports. That has not been achieved, and we need to do much more to help them become part of this so-called ship that is embarking on going on towards better futures and not to be left behind. What I'm working on, have been working on for the last 4 years, is 1717, which is not just PPP. If you read it carefully, it says, encourage and promote effective public, private, and civil society partnerships based on experience and resourcing strategies and partnerships. So it could be the government, a private sector, and a cooperative, as an example, or a community organization who could partner with each other to create a meaningful project. Data monitoring and accountability, it's about to increase significantly the availability of high quality and timely and reliable data disaggregated by income, gender, age, race, ethnicity, migratory status, disability, and so on. This is often in the official statistics, it's just all put into the same pot, which makes it meaningless if one wants to collect the data and to see how things are going and what needs to be improved. So as one of the closing slides, you have here, it shows in the middle actionable impact themes. The next ring around it is by basic needs to empower people, climate change, nature's capital, and governance. And then the different SDGs are grouped in the third ring to fit these 5 major strategic concentrations. And it makes sense when you look at it in more detail. Let's say basic needs. Of course, it's no poverty, zero hunger, good health, clean water, and so on. This would be, I'd say, the thing that the information that should be put on the table when governments take a decision as to what to focus on and where to put their money in terms of SDG implementation. Last slide, you see here from the World Green Building Council how these different SDGs, 3, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, and 17, can contribute to a green economy. That's basically my closing slide. And of course, we should have more time to discuss this in more detail. But I would like to say thank you very much for your attention. And we look forward to staying in touch with you. Goodbye.
Okay, so thanks for the Professor Namasona. It's a very impressive talk. So I have any question here? Because Professor is still online. Okay. So have any questions? So Professor Sona here, can you hear my voice? Professor.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I hear you. Okay. Now I have one question about in your slide. You talk about the greener model. So how to differentiate about the greener model? Can you understand my question?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Okay. In your slide, you talk about the greener model for sustainability. So how to differentiate about the green model?
I think the easiest way to answer your question is by going back to my last slide. The last slide, I don't know whether you can go back to it.
Okay, you back to the
biomass to
the last.
you look for and yeah. So of course, here you see how the different goals that are at the bottom, they're indicated how they could contribute to a more greener economy. And you see each of the goals, the 17 goals, are broken down into targets. And the targets are measured by indicators. So by analyzing the goals targets, you can identify which targets contribute most to a green economy and a green future. And I would say the most important part, of course, is also to measure. The indicators should be part of a strategy how to turn, for instance, Taiwan into a more greener economy. Then the promise to do more, let's say about goal 12. As you could see, goal 12 could generate a lot towards a green economy, for instance, through circular economy concepts. But in general, the most important part, I would say, is to look at the targets of the goals, identify which targets have the best promise to contribute to a green economy, and then decide on the strategy, because you also need to spend money to reach these targets. As I said at the very beginning, everything costs money, which is natural, but to then focus on those targets which generate most green impact, and then find ways to finance it. And for the citizens and for society, the whole thing should be, as I said also at the beginning, inclusive, participatory, transparent. And the transparent part here will be to let the public know how these strategies will be implemented and how it will be measured. Whether all the money spent, all the good intentions and strategies, whether they have reached the intended outcome.
Okay, and I know your explanation. Okay, so have any questions here? Okay, so if no question due to the time limitation, let's thank the Professor Novasona again. Okay, thanks for the Professor Sona.
感谢主讲人 Professor Sanger 以及主持人王生成研发长。Thanks to the speaker Professor Sanger and the host Arindichi Wang. Next speech 邀请主持人陈柏金演讲以及主讲人 Dr. 李家友。I'd like to invite the speaker Dr. Li Jiayou and the host Dean Po-Chin Chen.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm the host of this session. My name is Po-Chin Chen, and I'm now the Dean of College of Science and Technology in Nanhua University. This is our last session. So in this session, we are very glad to have the opportunity to invite Dr. Li Jiayou, Liu Lijia 博士. Dr. Liu is president of the Center for Socio-Economic Development, which is located in Geneva, Switzerland. And the Center for Socio-Economic Development is a not-for-profit NGO focusing on socio-economic research and the reform of the public sector and the development management. And Dr. Liu is also a visiting professor at the National Zhengzhi University in Taiwan. And she teaches courses on international human resource management and the globalization and the NGO diplomacy. Is that right? Professor Yo? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much, 沈院长。不好意思，今天这是我的简报是用英文做的。
It's okay.
谢谢你们邀请我来参加。
It's okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hand together to welcome Professor Yo for her speech.
Thank you very much. Honored to be able to participate in the Good morning, Mr. President, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be able to participate in the 2022 Sixth Sustainable Development and Green Technology International Symposium. My name is Lija Sanayu. The topic I would address today will be focusing on SDG 12 and its impact and demand for green technology. The messages that I would like to convey contain the following 3 points. The triple bottom lines and 2030 agenda. The network of ideas where SDG 12 has been the central of this ideal network, which contains all 17 SDG goals. And lastly, I will address the role of green technology in achieving circularity of the economy, and with some concluding remarks. Besides the impact of COVID and also war in Ukraine, we know there are pressures from 3 different angles on the sustainability of our world. And these mega trends, which you are all very familiar of, and I would not elaborate, but suffice to say that global warming and climate change is becoming more and more pressing and real, with real impact. The second, which we have not discussed as much, but it's about changing demography and how it affects the future labor market, and also demand for new type of services for the aging population. And the third trend, which has impact in terms of the rural areas and rural economy because of the urbanization, the continued concentration of human capital, business opportunities, and economic dynamism. So all these trends would have impact in terms of creating new demand for technology-based products and services and business model, without saying that. The SDG has different clusters, and today my talk will focus on the planet, which is part of the 5 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. And SDG 12 is very much part of this cluster. And you could see the related cluster, components of this cluster is to do with the natural environment, from water to life below water, ocean, to life on land, biodiversity and degradation, to climate action. This particular cluster will have long-term impact in terms of how food security, the ecosystem security, and production of food and distribution will be modeled. Starting point of this conversation will be from the ecological footprint. You could see different production and productive activities related to different sectors in terms of their proportion of land. And the ecological footprint, according to Mr. Wakanaga, CEO of Global Footprint Network. It is defined as the area of land and water it takes for a human population to generate the renewable resources they consume and degrade the waste it produces in a given technological context. So we're talking about quantity of nature, not only about quality of nature. How we use them and is how much we have. And the term here is biocapacity. If we look at this particular map, a historical trend from 1961 to 2012, you could see that we have very rapidly within the last 40-some years moved from surplus to deficit at alarming rate. Put it into the national state context. We could see in the 1961, most countries are actually enjoy ecological reserves, while only a few forerunner of most populous country were facing ecological deficit in 1961. This particular this particular picture has changed since then. And today, this is how it looked. We could see majority of the countries of this world is facing ecological deficit. And what does it mean? It means that either exporting our production units to other countries, so to better exploit and extract natural resources, or to export pollution. And therefore, in today's discussion about SDGs, we start to use the term called spillover effect, meaning a country such as Switzerland on this map is still having ecological reserve, but we export a lot of demand and use and exploitation as well as pollution to other countries. So this picture is raised the question at multiple levels. What are the responsible behavior of a country? What is a responsible conduct of a business? And how do we manage relationship between countries in the totality of this planet? To put the same information into this visualization, smaller the circle, meaning the little of their share of using the global resources. If you look at countries like Switzerland, which is this blue dot, versus Luxembourg, you could see very clearly the use of natural resources is not directly proportional to the population. While the same situation can be seen between Singapore, of a country of 5 million, versus China with 1.4 billion. So this picture gives us a very clear message that there's a lot could be done, and possible solutions is to reconsider our economic model and also reconsider the international relations. Of the same group, the Footprint Network has each year an Earth Overshooting Day. It sounds alarming when we collectively use more resources than what is sustainable and renewable on the planet Earth. You could see today we're using 1.6 Earth of resources. That means increasingly the degradation and depletion is no longer regeneratable by Earth's own capacity. And this is also why we are today talking about how could technology contribute to the SDG 12 to look for a more sustainable consumption and production patterns. Global overshooting, as I already mentioned, it's more than what the world could afford, 60% overdrawn. So let me turn the attention in my talk to the SDGs and SDG 12. Essentially, the current situation is demand the world switching its business model to something different. It is moving from cost-focused supply chain to value-focused supply chain. The green circle, which is the old style, which is more linear, is looking for ways to squeeze the cost down to continues to increase efficiency. Although experiences from Taiwan has shown it is possible, but the margin of gain is diminishing and getting smaller. While the SDGs 12 is proposed and circular economy is proposed a value-focused supply chain, meaning that we would go through from innovation and adoption of appropriate technology so we can create more value to be distributed among society and people and companies. What are the challenges confronting the business in terms of switching over to a more sustainable business model, i.e. a circular economy? Besides the challenge of collaboration within the firms, these are the following challenges. How do you align the performance measurement with incentives? How do you measure and monitor the progress and the various business activities? And how do you communicate to the consumers, the customers, and also regulators and other supervisors? So these are considered to be substantial barriers, but it's not impossible to overcome. What SDG monitor is showing us today, the material actually recycled, for example, concerning electronic waste. At this moment, it's less than 20% is actually recycled. Although we heard Apple bravely announced its intention of using 100%, making its iPhone 100% recyclable, but we don't know whether it's true or not. And the second thing is that the state, the government, continues to subsidize the fossil fuel to make the use of gas, oil artificially low instead of covering its true cost, which has to include the social cost, environment cost that has been externalized. And so we could see that this is also a disincentive for the switchover. Well, we see that the unsustainability of the world continues. One spot of light of COVID is that reduced economic activities and mobilities have contributed to some decline of the consumption of the natural resources. So the question to all the stakeholders, from government to business and to communities and people, is that how can we fashion a recovery plan which is not going to bring us back to the old path of continued unfettered economic growth at the expense of environment, but rather find a way to couple the economic growth with environmental sustainability or ecological sustainability. In this context, I would like to highlight which I already mentioned, that as sustainable consumption and production, SDG 12, is central in terms of promoting, achieving, and attain the vision and the final goals of the 2030 agenda. You could see from this indication, of course, SCP has a lot to do with oceans and growth and employment, but equally, the sustainable consumption and production could also link with health sector, which is already happening. And for example, in terms of the material use of the mask making. So, just to remind, there is a strong link between the Goal 12 with some other ecologically connected SDGs. I have already, and also Raymond in his presentation, mentioned the SDG goals within the 2030 agenda. So let me not restate the point. SDG 12 contains different elements. It contains 10 targets and 13 indicators. I have listed them here, so you could have a quick view, but it's also available on the website that's specifically dedicated to Goal 12. (12.5), which is of particular interest in terms of this presentation, it's about substantially reduce waste generation. So how can we think of more innovative design that allow us to use less resource input and also create less waste? And also 12.7, which is about promoting public procurement to kick off a circular economy cannot be only the effort of the business or the push of the community. Rather, the state, the government can do a lot through its procurement policy by encouraging or advantage the more sustainable production methods and use of material and also waste treatment. As we all know, public procurement is a very important budget item in most countries. It is actually the main buyer of a particular economic system. As reducing the waste and resource consumption, I think it is obvious that people also have to be part of the plan. People also need to reconsider their lifestyle choice and also the selection of consumer goods. If you look at the example of Switzerland, it is possible to achieve 100% fair trade for the bananas and for coffee. So with proper communication and campaign, it is possible to change the consumer behavior and favor the more sustainable products. And 12.8 will be very relevant to the audience of today, is to support the different actors to develop scientific and technological capacities to move towards more sustainable patterns of consumption and production. The last one is, I have mentioned, it's about inefficient fossil fuel subsidies that encourage wasteful consumption. It creates market distortion. So we also need to consider how to restructure taxation and phase out those harmful subsidies where they exist. At the same time, protect the poor and the affected communities. So the burden of transition will not be disproportionately on their shoulders. Why is SDG 12 important? In my previous narration and argumentation, they are important for the following reasons. Let me summarize. One, it is essential for reconcile economic, social, and environmental objectives and decoupling greenhouse gas emission from economic growth and other unfavorable environmental impact. And it also have secondary impact on the poor community who tend to live in the more ecologically vulnerable and more polluted areas. Second point is to ensure the respect for the biophysical boundaries of the planet and to reduce current global consumption rates. If you think of 50% of the fashion, ready-to-go fashion each year produced goes into landfill, that is very disturbing. If we think of the food waste, for example, 50% of the food in Switzerland goes into incinerator, or the fact that a lot of fishing, especially bottom trawling for less valuable fish, ends up not on the plate of human beings, but rather in the animal feed. That's also disturbing. So there is a lot of room for improvement and changing our collective behavior. So the SDG 12 is there to promote resource and energy efficiencies, sustainable infrastructure, and provide access to basic services, green and decent jobs for all. So I'm calling here on the science technology community with universities and business to work on greener technology so that we could achieve this inspiration. Let me conclude by saying the following. What is green technology? This is what I found from a research paper. It says it is a technology which is environmental friendly, developed and used in such a way so that it doesn't disturb our environment and conserves natural resources. So it is also known as environmental technology and clean technology. And if we look at this slides from the World Green Building Council, it indicates how could building and the construction sector contribute to this SDG 12. And the green buildings using circular principles where resources aren't wasted could be a very interesting place to start. Especially we know the use of sand has made many coastal areas unsafe and also creates a lot of cement sector, also creates a lot of pollution. So here it's my last remark. I look at green technology from the following perspective. Technology will help the communities to do this following. Reduce greenhouse gas emission so that we can achieve passively carbon neutral or more aggressively carbon zero. Second is to enhance the recyclability of materials used, such as parts or waste or possible for repurpose. The third is about moving away from a business model that encourage to own and to trash, to share and leasing, so that product lifespan can be produced, but business would earn money and create new values through other means by changing the relationship between the business and the consumer. So that green technology will enable us all to reduce our individual and collective footprints. And therefore, we could slow down the climate change as hoped and arrest it at 1.5 centigrade and allow our children and grandchildren to live in a more sustainable environment rather than facing the possibility only a few would live in a sustainable environment while the rest would suffer from all the negative consequences that are left behind. So if you want more information, these are the websites of our center. You will find policy papers, academic research papers, and other materials on our websites. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you and to share, our experience, reflections, and thoughts. Once again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech, Professor Yo, right? And I think it's a very impressive speech, and I think that all participants will learn a lot from your speech. And due to the limitation of time, I think that only one question is allowed. Okay, President Lin. President Lin.
Thank you very much for your wonderful something about your center.
Like your center is social, economic, and economic development. What is the meaning of that? You emphasize a lot about the society balance or something, or what? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I missed your question.
Okay. Okay. As I understand that you are the president of Center for Social, Economic, Development, right?
Yes, we are 28 years old and has been accredited by the UN Ecosoc.
Yeah, right. Is that UN organization, one of the UN organization, part of UN organization or what?
No, we're not part of the United Nations, but we are recognized as a contributor to the policy debate of the UN system. So it is accredited by the United Nations Council of Economic and Social Affairs.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And that's why we could participate.
Okay, thank you. And welcome to Nanhua University. Whenever you got a chance.
I beg your pardon?
Okay.
Welcome to Nanhua University.
Well, thank you very much, President Lin, because we did meet before, even when you were the Minister of Education. So that was quite some years ago.
You know, at the Nanhua University, we did provide implementation of SDGs. And probably in the future, we can have some dialogue, especially to learn something about the
Yes, it will be a great pleasure to meet you again. But I also will take the liberty of the moment to make a little publicity announcement. I have curated a conference for the United Nations Office on Sustainable Development. It will start next week. So I will forward information to Amit, so just in case people are interested. And I would encourage the voice from Taiwan in this international forum, because since it's the COVID, one of the things that has happened, one of the advantage or benefits that has taken place is that many of these events are much more open and accessible.
Okay, thank you. And this is our last session, and I think that I wish that all our participants please give your hand to Professor Yu and also to yourself. Okay.
感谢主讲人 Professor Yu 以及主持人陈国清院长。Thanks to the speaker Dr. Yu and the host Dean Chen. Now we have the time for comprehensive discussion.
Post summary first, then we just give the certification because the certificate will not yet come. Okay, so yeah, it is first one. Yeah.
Because of the time problem, now we are moving to the first, the closing ceremony. For this, I would like to invite Honorary Chairman Sishong Chen and Master Yong Rong for the closing ceremony. Please. Let me correct it. President of Nanhai University, Lin Chongming 校长。
OK， 我们非常高兴佛陀纪念馆明年度他们要请接我们这个办理这个国际的研讨会，真的非常感谢我们那边也在推动我们所谓的绿色科技，还有环保永续等等，做得非常好。那现在他们要 join 的世界最先进的绿色博物馆，那我们呢非常期待，好吧？我们非常我们来掌声谢谢他们，好不好？谢谢。
希望明年大家还是可以继续来关注这个议题，也莅临佛陀纪念馆给我们指导。谢谢。
好，谢谢。那我就把这个名字交给我们佛陀纪念馆永荣副馆长。再见，再见。老板昨天晚上特别打电话给我。
一直帮我翻过来一点。
对。
谢谢。另外有一个，就是下做的那个用一盒的当外面的，
是小的礼物和我做了一个杯子。也是行完天气的一种，未来有象征性，好吧？这个 green technology 跟那个 circular economy， 对。有人我们要不要讲几句话？要颁发的那什么？
对，要给校长颁感谢状。
好。
我们今天非常感谢非常多的厂商今天来参加商品的展示。那为了感谢他们，我们有制作一个参展的感谢状的感谢状，我们的校长为他们颁发。那现在由我唱名，然后由各代表出席。中正大学 USR 计划，我们速度快一点。
南华大学 USR 计划，对，古坑有菜，社团法人云林县自然农业发展协会，一米社区大学生态教学农场，一次5个，好。好，那中正、南华，好。
谢谢，Thank you。
南华大学，不知道。来，古坑有菜。再来，社团法人云林县自然农业发展协会。对。下一个代表是一米社区大学生态教学农场。下一个单位是新翠科技有限公司。再下一个单位是新世纪有机农场小猪漫步手作厨房。下一个单位是美女蔬菜农园。下一个单位是高职环境兴业有限公司。好，哦，那个对，好。下一个单位是一品香茶庄。下一个单位新安自然农场。下一个单位宝妈贵哥厨艺手作坊。最后一个单位阿瑶甜铺。等一下。要颁发这个吗？先这个。
对。那再来就是这个，那也给你讲。
等一下，再来这个。校长请留步。接下来我们要颁发今天的最佳论文奖。第一位是陈美芳教授。好 ，OK。第二位是陈金泉先生，有在现场吗？哦，有代表，好，陈金泉。我抱歉，原来陈金泉是小姐，女士。好，来。再来是陈炳辉，陈炳辉有在吗？老师代表吗？我们请庄桂枝教授带领。没关系吗？再来是吴科增，吴科增是我们自己学校老师，那要不要换一个指导老师也带领？接下来我们颁发海报论文的第一名是龚静琴，我不知道他有没有在现场。哎呦，有吗？ 然后有吗？龚静琴，你有在现场吗？没有。那第2名是李杰，有没有在现场？因为必报论文。好，那第3名一个外籍生，他也没有在现场，他没有在现场。好，那这3位我们会用邮寄的方式，谢谢校长，谢谢。洪老师说他是指导教授，那他要带领。
谢谢。
谢谢校长 Thanks to the President Lim. Now this is the time for sign the agreement on cooperation to promote the organic agriculture and carbon reduction.
Sign the MOU, right?
Yeah, MOU. For this, I'd like to invite Honorary Chairman Si Seong Chan.
好，代表普康农会了哈，是，呵呵，
是有钱。
现在，那个，前面好一个，前面好副县长，你讲我要用县长名义签，还用县长带就好。
不要紧，副县长带可以。
要写带就
可以带不要紧，啊，无你就无伊签，伊无先签嘛。叫你得啊，叫你带就好，对，你带就。不要紧，因为没有给县长签了，你有觉得带头可以
带。好，那我们开始签了哈。
还有2个东西要送。对。
好。
这个是等一下送给2位。
谢谢。好。 我们这个就是要推动有机农业啊，减碳啊，碳中和一些相关的课题的一些共同合作了哈。好，谢谢。云南经济的一种代表作啊哈，牡蛎粉，然后做了一个杯子。照相了。 我们也希望透过这种协定啊，合作协定，共同的推动哈。非常感谢县政府、云林县政府，还有我们那个古坑有机农业合作社一起来推动。好，谢谢。现在副总要不要讲几句话？
今天非常感谢有这样子的机会可以来参与这样的盛会。那从整天的这个专题演讲到我们现在的这样子的一个签署 MOU， 我相信这个是大家一起来。那我们非常感谢我们南华大学，那在这个就是说这个永续这一条路上面是先行者。那我相信有学界，然后还有我们公部门，那更重要的话就是像我们柯立志先生，那还有我们陈世雄我们理事长，我们大家一起来，不管是从哪一个面向，大家一起来。那因为地球真的是只有一个，现在面临到的问题，我相信没有一个人面对疫情从来也没有想到，不管你有没有准备好，疫情来临的时候要线上就是要线上。不过我觉得这个也是数位化的一种。那我觉得怎么去把这样子的危机变成我们的一个转机？那云林县政府立山县长的话，在这3年来，我相信我们的每一个阶段，我们当然没有办法跟龙华大学来比拟，因为我们在南华在105年的时候，其实我们就已经踏出了很重要的一步。那我们是在109年开始，那我相信的话就是多管齐下，那大家一起来。那尤其最重要是要分工。我想在县府的角度，尤其是云林县政府，它在一个农业的算是一个重要的大县，那怎么去把这个永续经营这一块 SDGs 这一块的话，跟我们所有23个局处，然后可以把它做一个连结。我觉得这个是一人动，可以千人百人。那今年来讲的话，就是说怎么去做一个盘点，我们把农业的这个碳热点，还有我们企业界的这个碳热点，我们今年会全部来完成。那这样时候的话，有很多事情还要请我们南华，还有我们各位县境，我们大家一起来帮忙指点。那我们最重要的话，我们的这个明天一定会更好，只要我们今天愿意更多的努力。谢谢大家，有机会一定要到云林玩。桐花节快到了，5月雪现在已经开得很漂亮我们的桐花公园，谢谢大家，欢迎大家，谢谢。
校长还有那个谢副县长，那个柯理事主席那个各位贵宾那么我想这个今天这个研讨会我一直觉得非常好这个内容很多而且请到很多在全球都是很重要的不管是科技界或者是学术界或者是业界，这个非常好的 speaker 来演讲我比较感动，就是那个农粮署的黄市长他们今天来了3位，他从头到尾做到现在这里我想他一定会在监视说我们到底有没有好好花钱的那我可以证明说我们这个钱是花的对不对那个可以请到这么多权威的人士今天我想这个演讲真的内容非常丰富最近这个乌克兰战争，我今天早上提了一下，后来发现好几位都提了这个一个战争让我们才警觉到，原来全世界还有很多问题存在虽然我们都是好人，但是我们面临这种威胁老实讲，我们应该要发声所以我觉得这个今天这个研讨会让我觉得很感动，因为我会上来是因为我现在不是代表南华大学，我是代表这个台湾永续绿色科技发展协会我是所谓的荣誉理事长其实我没有什么贡献这个协会是洪主任成立以后那个他们就客气尊我叫做尊称我叫做 荣誉理事长，我没有任何贡献啊。那个理事长在那边哈，他也是我们南华的杰出校友哈，我们给他一个掌声好不好哈？那我想我们今天非常感谢啊，很多贵宾啊，这个我就不一一再感谢了哈。这个大家的捧场啊，让我们这个研讨会啊，其实非常深色啊，非常有意义啊。我想我们持续努力，台湾就有希望啊，我们国家就有希望，甚至我们的全世界这个都有希望啊。我们下一代，他们的下一代都会有机会啊。我想感谢大家的参与啊，谢谢。
今天这个场次啊，是我今天的第6个场次。今天啊，刚好因为我们那个个人申请那个新生的说明会，所以早上啊去那边，然后因为我们又有一些国教署的一些英文的 special training program 啊，在我们学校，所以有两边都会去兼顾啊，去看。然后今天下午啊，我要参加2点钟要参加一个国际的一个会议，视讯的会议，然后后来又我们各个系啊，今天本来下午要到台北去举办的说明会，但是疫情的关系，台北也比较严重，所以我们临时啊改为视讯。我在那边呢，就一个一个系在看各个系的有没有的进行如何，等于20个系对哈，然后一个一个听他们呢怎么做 presentation 啊，怎么的，我一个一个看完了我再过来。对，我觉得那个因为现在招生啊也很重要，然后在永续推动绿色科技学生也非常重要，所以我们一直要推广。南华大学在这方面的成绩也都相当的不错。我真的是非常感谢那我们永续中心呢，我们的那个永续的学程啊，他们的贡献很大，那一直在帮我们推动啊。现在这样在国内来讲的话，也是算是领先群之一的哈，可以这样讲哈。不管我们包括我们做了很多事情来讲的话，环保署啊，他们都很感动啊。那环保署那署长啊，特别带了一级主管啊，来我们学校召开共事，对哈，他不会随便到一般的学校去啊，对哈。他那个南华大学这方面做的的确相当不错，他也要让他们的主管同仁来实地了解、感受南华大学推动环境永续做了相关的课题，所以他还有另外一个目的，对吧？他当然还有生命教育的体验等等。那总之，今天真的非常感谢我们在座各位啊，大家能够前来参加。那我们楼下还有一个视讯啊，都有2个场地，对不对？这边场地跟线上场地。最主要是最近疫情的关系啊，我们就不得不要完全的按照那个中央防疫规定的一些指令啊来推动哈，所以我们这个第一个减少规模，另外一个就是做的距离要稍微远一点哈，按照防疫的规定来处理。那在这种情况来讲，做的的确是相当不错，我非常感动，也感谢我们很多的赞助单位啊，还有一些19个摊位啊，大家共同来展示，让大家可以彼此互相学习，了解人家怎么做的那么好。我想这个最主要是大家彼此互相学习，不只是学理，还有实践行动的实践都非常重要哈，真的是非常感谢。那我们希望明年我们活动纪念馆啊，当然他们在那边推动了非常好的措施，也是一个非常好的环境教育的场所。那而且那实践各方面来讲的话都很领先，所以我们在那边来讲呢，可以感受我们另外一个那个类似博物馆类似那情景，对不对哈？的一些推动环境永续的相关的课题，怎么来实践，我们可以到那边领受一下。真的非常感谢大家，好不好？谢谢大家。
Li Chang, this is the ending ceremony ended, and thanks to the president and all the VIPs on the podium. Now, before the ending, I'd like to make an announcement that next year, this conference will be held in the Buddha Museum. Buddha Museum on the 15th and 16th April 2023。明年第一届永续发展与绿色科技国际研讨会会办2023 4月15跟16号，请大家欢迎参加。Thank you， 谢谢。
校长啊，来好，好来，1、2、3，再1张哦哈。